Hey everyone, happy Monday. I just tried to gift memberships, but it did not catch you, Rosa Sharon. I apologize for that. I was hoping it would. James Steele, thank you so much. Welcome. How was everybody's weekend? Peekaboo. Sure does, James. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Sorry, I'm not really vibing today, but I'm trying. We are going to make it work. I think we got Thanksgiving break coming up. That'll be interesting. Big Girl for Life coming in with the number 85. Thank you for hitting the thumbs up. My weekend was hell, Lee Michelle, but that's okay. Sometimes it happens. I heard there was a lot of interesting things over the tubes. A lot of sorry, excuse me a second. My apologies. One second. Good morning. Good morning. I heard there was a live stream about Sebastian Rogers. I was wondering why it seems like they all kind of do it around the same time. Have you guys noticed that? Like they'll go months without anybody speaking at all, and then all of a sudden they pop up and they're all doing it. Just seems very organized. That is the truth. Thank you, Baroness. If you miss only a few hours, forget a day. If you miss a few hours, you're completely lost with the way these YouTube streets have been. I agree. I have totally missed so much. It sucks, right? It's like you can miss just one live stream and be lost the rest of the weekend. It is fair, right? You guys agree? Yeah. Coincidental, Rico-ish, organized-ish. The only thing I didn't watch it. The only thing Steph talked about was Katie and Chris. It wasn't really about Sebastian. Has it ever been? Has it ever been? You know? Let's be honest. Oh, there we go again. It wasn't about Sebastian. It was about Katie and how it's been too long. Mm. Oh, did he? That is interesting. Well, I feel like it's been like that for a very long time. Oh, MJ's life. I'm really sorry to read that. Yeah, it's a very uncomfortable thing, right? Thank you, Jamani. Uh where did I just see that? I found it awkward and discombobulated. He called Katie babe. Thank you, Tammy. He called her babe. Well, baby or babe? All right. Now I need a little more around that. Like how did that come out? Oh boy. How embarrassing. What a shame. Ugh. Hey, go Bulldogs. He sure did. Wow. He called her babe. And like what aspects? Like Katie babe, I'm speaking directly to you. Like what way? Really, Lisa? I gotta watch. I guess I gotta watch. He called Katie babe when talking about Crate and Sebastian. Oh golly. He was there talking about he was there for her pregnancy. 23 months. Thank you so much, Tammy. Woo boy. Okay. Well, that's very interesting. I think I feel like I was there through it all, babe. Oh. I feel like that's how it's been this entire case. I think a lot of us have always had this underlining, I'm sorry, this ability to see there's this underlining issue going on between all these adults. Ooh, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Melissa. I appreciate it. And that was scary. It was a very scary situation. Jackie, we had a YouTube baby. Seth was creepy as hell. Sucks that he's attached to that, but congratulations and thank you for being a member for 9 months. At some parts, it sounded like he was running for the sheriff office instead of talking about Sebastian. He didn't even have a poster or picture. Well, he hasn't talked about Sebastian in months, has he? He hasn't talked, you know what I mean? Like this is a guy who built his channel because his child was missing. He put himself as Seth Rogers' father, Sebastian Rogers, and yet he doesn't utilize his platform to spread his child's photo, spread awareness, keep his child's name in the, the world, keep awareness there. He does nothing. He does nothing. Blame shifting as usual, of course. Hey, Kristen, thank you for stopping in. He claims Chris stole her from him when they already, well, that's weird. No, Constance, we have no idea. He was using the FBI poster from now on. Thank you so much, Janice. Hey, Mrs. Fletcher. Thank you, Kim, for hitting the thumbs up. I heard that, Agent 99. Brittany, I'm harassing you with legal matters when you initiated both of them. You sound so stupid. I've never, ever heard somebody be so unaware of themselves, such a victim. You literally started litigation, but I'm harassing you through it by responding to it. I guess if you're losing in litigation, it feels like harassment. Whatever. You're so bizarre. Get a life. Kathy, thank you so much for becoming a member. He gets on his channel and bitches that Sumner County ain't doing shit. Well, neither is Seth, and Sumner County ain't even talking to him. So how does he know? No, she doesn't live in reality. Mm-mm. She is pathetic. She's very pathetic. Imagine initiating litigation with somebody twice and then pretending that you're the victim of it. I mean, that's exactly what covert narcissists, that's what they do, right? Because they just keep twisting reality until you eventually give up. Exactly, Jinx. We all know that. We all know that. I don't like him trying to make legislation. What the hell does he think he's doing? That again makes me think something. There's no legislation to make from him. The only legislation that should be made is that. Never mind. I won't say it. I won't say it. Thank you, Preppy. Miss W, been thinking of you. Glad things are getting better. Thank you, Miss W. Fact that Seth's parents and sisters are nowhere support him. They left a long time ago. Oh, is that what he was doing, DD? Narcissistic amnesia. That's interesting. I'll have to take a look at that, Lip Locks. There is definitely something. I don't know what it is with that girl, but I mean, it makes you wonder, right? How do you initiate litigation twice with somebody and then say because they're more successful at it that you're the one being harassed? I don't get that. I did not see anybody's post, to be honest. Me too, Lindsay. Hey, Ruby. It's a shame that so much time goes by without anybody even speaking about the missing child. And then all of a sudden, they all kind of do it around the same time. Very organized. Hey, Christy. I'm using the course against her. Mm-hmm. Okay. Using the courts. Hope you have a blessed week ahead. Thank you, Chanley. Thank you, B10. Whatever, Brittany. Whatever. If you put narcissistic amnesia in your YouTube search bar, several interesting videos will come up. I will definitely do that. She's just delusional. It's astonishing the lack of comprehension when she has served the docs and can read them for herself. Yeah. Listen, with her, she's going to twist reality until she's unable to twist it anymore, and that's okay. Trying to argue against somebody like her is stupid because they're so good at lying that they convince themselves of their lies. The masses know what it is. The courts know what it is, and the courts will figure out what it is if they don't already. We would have never ended up in a courtroom if she didn't initiate the litigation, and not only that, but then try to do it a second time. She says dumb shit like, oh, Granny, is trying to trick me into jurisdiction. Brittany, there was no established jurisdiction. You didn't file anything in the courthouse. It's not a trick. There's no trick going on. I'm not like you. I'm not a dirtball that uses the courthouse to trick people. You're already in Pennsylvania litigation. You're already signed to my jurisdiction. I don't need to trick you into anything. You thought you were going to trick me into losing my YouTube channel by sending out a C&D and nobody responded to it. That's what you thought was going to happen. And I said, yeah, bitch, I don't think so. You and your little team of little scumbag people aren't going to keep throwing me into frivolous litigation in different states. The minute you threaten litigation, you better be able to follow up with it. And the fact that you weren't says everything about how you are abusing the court of process. What you're doing is malicious prosecution, and the courts will know that, and they will fucking do something about it. So go ahead and cry into your little audience, when you're still awake to do so. And bless it be. See you in about 25 more days. Glad to hear your daughter's doing better. Thank you, Haymaid. Thank you so much, James. She was talking about y'all's past to reflect them to don't look at me. I've done nothing wrong. Yeah, okay. Our past. Okay. She just keeps saying her pretend attorney told her to be quiet. You can tell he didn't because everything she's saying and doing will be used against her. You said they're going to share an audience, do that on each other's channels. What? So you mean to tell me that Brittany's all excited because she thinks she has somebody to bully others with again? It's amazing, isn't it, Ruby? Oh my God, it'll drive you fucking nuts if you let it. Barbecue lady tried going up. She said, there's nothing between us. It was me and GW. Yeah, that's stupid. Absolutely stupid. I did, JR. That was a good time. Yep. Pickle clipped it. Sounds so fun, right? Yeah, that's so bizarre. Just I'll tell you, it says two things, right? It tells you one, that Brittany's so pathetic that she will join in with anybody. It doesn't matter for the past year that this person's gone at her, right? So long as she has a place to sit, that's what she'll do because she's pathetic. That's why that girl comes on here seeking validation from the internet because she has no self-esteem. She knows that she's a worthless POS. And that's just, it's just is what it is. If there's a day she ever is happy with me and beats him, then I'm doing something wrong. I agree, CJK. I absolutely agree. She's become brazen, Gary, because she thinks that she has new people on her side now. That's why she's become brazen. But, I'll tell you what, I couldn't go from a year of pointing out somebody and what a piece of shit they are to suddenly being like cool with them, right? Because that, I mean, what was it done for? Was it done just to fit along, to get along? Or is it really how you felt? And you have to wonder that. I never understood that when I see people that, are commenting against somebody and then the next day they're supporting them. She said she was about to click that link and tell you about yourself. Who the fuck said that? Brittany? The fuck out of here, Brittany. You could never tell me about myself. You're too busy trying to be me. Shut the fuck up. Find yourself before you think you can tell somebody about themselves. Find yourself. So weird. It's disheartening, Erica. I'm a little shocked. Thank you, Chroma Chronicles. Oh, please. She was not going to click no fucking link. The bitch is scared of her shot. But that's proof that she's not scared of me, right? Matter of fact, can somebody clip that and send that to me? I love that. I love that you try to convince the courts twice that you're terrified of me and I impacted your mental health so much you can't even sleep at night. You have stomach knots and your kids see you cry and then you get confident and you say shit like that. I fucking love that about you. I fucking love that about you. But we all saw your body when you fell over, when you stood up, you almost tumbled over, Weeble Wobble. Shut the fuck up. It is. She's an absolute liar. Oh, God, you guys are going to get me all worked up. Don't do it. Thank you, Purple. Well, her imaginary lawyer would advise her against that. She is such a liar. She is such a liar. I'm shocked. I don't know about that, Jamie Beck. Maybe Brittany's saying that, but I'd be shocked if it was actually happening. But who knows? Who knows? I know. I heard about that, Loki's mom. Yeah, she's so afraid. I'm so afraid. This is what she does. And the first, week, the first week of the month, she's Billy Badass and all of that. And when that doesn't pay out the way she wants it to, then she's a victim. That's what she's always done. Any which way. She tries to do both ways to get all the sympathy donos. It's pathetic. You were so confident in yourself, you would have responded to litigation, but you didn't. Purple Dragon said, I need a walker. I'm morbidly obese and have better balance than BJ. It is a cycle, isn't it, Stephanie? Mm. Even her subs told her to get a pro bono lawyer. Good luck with. She had one. What do you mean? Thank you, Never Say Never. She already had a pro bono. How'd it work out for you? You should thank me for reading our litigation out loud because I'm pretty sure it's the only damn updates you get in it. Yeah, it's all right, my Michelle. Ever since Craig said I was hot, she just lost her shit. It's okay, Brittany. You'll be all right. Pro bono is an attorney that works for free, which is not easy to find. And if you do find one, you likely end up with somebody like the one she did the first time she got it for free. Hey, Pistol Amy. And that's exactly what it is, Up to Good. That's what I'm saying. She gets all ballsy, pokes at everybody. And then when people start responding, she'll cry again. She's a victim. It's literally her repeat fucking behavior. Such a joke. She still doesn't get it. I love that she says, I'm showing all of my legal hand, that I'm showing, all my moves, yet you still have no idea what the hell I'm doing. You still have no idea. You don't even understand what the declaratory judgment was about. You don't even get it. She thinks it'll only be 160. Bless your heart. Oh. She's giving away money too. The girl that just begged people to give her 10K a month is giving away money. Love that. Would she be happy to do that, Erica, after we helped out members over here to get a Thanksgiving dinner? Wow. I'm glad we could inspire you. Oh, she's unbelievable. Oh, I know. I'm using the courts against her. Yes. Yes. By responding to her litigation, I'm using the courts to harass her. What a fucking joke. Kenna, thank you so much. Granny, I stay with you. I'm so relieved to hear your daughter is going to be okay. I'm here if you need anything. BJ will get a dose of Feva. Yeah, she has it coming strong. It was only 180, was it? And she thinks the filing fee. Do you understand there's a reason why they say attorney fees plus cost? Let's break it down for you, Brittany, because you're clearly stupid. There's a thing called attorney fees plus court cost. Court costs would be the filing fees, the travel fees if you have to show up to court. That is separate from attorney fees. But okay. All right. You'll be okay. Fucking stupid. Right, and butter. As soon as the cup gets out there, we know it's exactly what she's doing. The plus cost is a killer. I know. It's even more of a killer if you're too stupid to comprehend the litigation you start. Oh well. Hey, looking beyond. I know. Crazy how she started all this is now claiming you're using the course to harass her. That perfectly though, Meg, joking aside, that perfectly describes exactly who and what Brittany is, right? That's exactly what she has done for years. She will poke, 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 you respond, she's a victim. That right there is the biggest example of what she does that most can see, right? Because she initiated all of this. Brittany's the one that threw me into litigation. Brittany's the one that sent me a C&D, and I respond to them the way I'm supposed to, and I'm harassing her, right? It just sums it up perfectly. It's what she is. She is dumb, DD. She's so dumb. And honestly, you guys are being generous saying 8K because it was well over that. Fee plus court costs, right? Means in addition, that means filing fees, that means the cost to file things. It might cost 180 to file things, but how much do you think it costs to write up the filing, you dumbass? Gosh, she's so stupid. Thank you, Sasha. I think it was 12 to 14 for sure. Yeah, I guess that's what was supposed to happen. I guess we were supposed to just sit back and allow it to continue on and her eventually use the C&D, the intimidation C&D. And she would just sit there and send that and act like it's no big deal. And then her back behind the scenes attorney that's not on any docket would send that to Team YouTube to say, look, we tried to get it stopped and they won it. Um, oh, by the way, Brittany, avoidance service of the final judgment doesn't prevent the judgment, Tuts. That's a courtesy to do that. Like the certified default judgment copy we're sending you is a courtesy send. So avoiding it doesn't avoid the judgment. hope you understand that. Sorry, I'm reading something. Mm-mm-mm. Sorry. If I don't see it, it can't hurt me. That's how she dealt with motherhood too, ain't it? You piece of shit. Oh gosh, bless it be. Blessed be. Did she say out loud? I don't know if she said it out loud. I just know that she's avoiding it, and it's not going to change anything. Pick Me says, y'all need to check and make sure you're still subscribed to Granny's Watching because somehow mine got unsubscribed. Pick Me, thank you for telling me that. She's got no money, so she don't know what you'll think you'll get from her. Yeah, well, your boyfriend Craigie brags in the background about all the monies he got, right? Believe me, Brittany, if you think that my attorney's not 10 steps ahead of you, you are surely mistaken. Surely mistaken. But that's okay. Oh, blessed be. I'm sure they could catch her at the gas. Yeah. She makes money on YouTube, can be garnished. You can't help but laugh at it, honestly, because this girl really does think that she thinks she got it all figured out. I'm telling you, it's comical because I know what's coming, right? Matter of fact, I can read to you all what's coming because I have a competent attorney. I'm not going to lie, if there what just happened this weekend and what I just experienced and all of that, I was kind of like, this stuff on here is so stupid. My Michelle, thank you so much. This, you know what I mean? Like, it kind of like woke me up a little bit. I'm like, I don't really, what am I wasting my time to arguing with a fucking moron? Arguing with a lady who argues there's a difference between losing custody and giving up as if one is better than the other. You know what I mean? Like, what are you really arguing with at this point? And then I come on and I hear all of this. And it's like, this is why people get so fed up because nobody was talking about her, right? Maybe brought her up for a whole 2 whopping minutes over on Queens. But of course, she has to make it this whole big thing. So let me explain it to you, Brittany, since you don't have an attorney to do this for you. I'll break it down for you. Okay. It has come to my attention, Miss Jackson and reality, not faced in it. You have a distorted idea of what you will owe in the above referenced matter. Prior to that resolution, be mindful Miss Jackson had a lawyer send a C&D to you with no intention of taking action, which is highly circumspect, okay? Meaning the courts don't fucking like it. The courts don't fucking like it. Okay. They don't like when you do shit like that. They don't like when you use their courts, not once, but twice now to harass somebody. If you don't think filing a bogus lawsuit in Pennsylvania that was immediately smacked down as a slap suit and then following up with a C&D that you had no intent to follow through on, if you don't think the courts are going to recognize that for what it is, you are mistaken and stupid. Anyhow, the lawyer sent you a C&D, and despite the fact Miss Jackson asserted this lawyer was representing her, we heard crickets. Then Miss Jackson was served with this litigation, and again, we heard crickets. After the deafening silence, Miss Jackson asserted she was representing herself, yet no such document nor an answer was filed with the Office of Judicial Support. As a result, we entered default judgment. Not that it has any impact on the default, but Miss Jackson is now avoiding service of the certified default judgment. Her avoiding this service has no legal impact as personal service of the certified judgment is not required, but only being attempted, so she could not claim that she had no idea default was entered. At this time, the breakdown of filing fees and costs. Ready? This is just filing fees and costs, Brittany. I'll help you understand them. It costs $312.11 to file a declaratory judgment. There is a service charge when the filing is done electronically, so the fee is always an amount greater than the OGS charge. It cost me $170 to personally service you with the declaratory action. It costs $170 more to personally service with notice to take default. Okay, you adding up the math yet? We're over 500, but let's keep going. It then costs $18.38 to press a P for default judgment. I then spend another $170 to have you personally serviced with a certified default judgment. And then $2.40 to send it to you first class. That's court and costs. That's not attorney fees. That's just the court and costs. But, this does not include attorney fees or my costs such as paper. The attorney fees will be part of our damages assessment. Be advised, punitive damages are not readily available in declaratory actions. However, I intend to use this case in the damages portion of the at-night media litigation. Ms. Jackson should be mindful of Burt Co. First Turk a 2023 case that addressed the ratio of punitive damages assigned to liable litigants. The court concluded the proper approach is to consider punitive damages on a per defendant rather than per judgment basis. They recognize that punitive damages can be fashioned to the potential harm a litigant could have suffered as a result of the other's action and weighing a punitive damage award. I know you don't understand any of this because you don't keep up. Probably snoring right now. It should be noted this is a rationale is consistent with the United States Supreme Court precedent, while also conforming, courts can look to unrealized risk in analyzing the proper amount of punitive damages. This allows a litigant to argue that punitive damages should be measured, not just against any actual harm, which is remedied by compensatory damages, but also by what could have occurred, right? So when you sit up there and you tell everybody how you were going to take away my channel, when your stupid boyfriend's sitting there saying, I'm going to lose 2 lawsuits and then my life, all of that is gathered and ready for a damage hearing. Consequently, we can make arguments that Judge Eckel fashioned punitive damages on conduct like the salacious lies of Miss Jackson contained in her affidavit, along with what she did in this litigation because she sent the C&D, because she did not get the results she wanted in the PA RICO litigation. In addition, we will ask that Judge Eckel award punitive damages in greater amounts to those asserting on video that they will just waste your money and tie you up in courts, making you a basketball. You know what that means, Brittany? Finally, should Ms. Jackson attempt to bring claims based on the declaratory action in North Carolina, such matter can easily be removed to Pennsylvania. Even if not removed under the full faith and credit clause of the United States Constitution, the North Carolina court would have to recognize the default judgment barring Brittany from seeking relief based on her C&D claims. Tell me again it was $100 or $200, Brittany, you dumbass. Do you need the total of what was actually spent so far? The total just on filing fees and service costs, Brittany, is $842.89. Okay? All right, Toots? You wish it was 180. And they won't. They'll make an example out of her because we'll use what she did in the RICO. We'll use what she did where the courts recognized it as a slap. We'll use what her and her friends have done since then, and that she thought she was going to try this in North Carolina this time. You can't just go jurisdiction hopping. And that's what she thought she would do. Put the snakes and ladders away. I bet you Brittany never sat down and played a fucking board game a day in her life. Aries. I think BJ needs to sue Hong, Tony, Nick, the cat, and Lesniak. Can I have the link? Fair warning, I'm in a mood, so. They're costing her a lot, and they're going to cost her more. You don't think we don't think I have it documented where Brittany just said the other day that she wanted to cost me money? I have all of that. All of that is ready to go. And then I'm going to add in how you just said last night or whenever it was that you were going to come up and tell me about myself. I thought you're terrified of me. I thought you needed a restraining order against me. That's why you're so stupid. That's probably why your attorney told you to stop speaking, because you're a moron. Because you're an absolute moron. Because you're the only piece of shit I know out here that tries to get ROs against people and then continues poking and prodding at them, showing everybody that you are just a wasteful, useless piece of shit that has no problem tying up the court's time over hurt little fifis. But go on with your bad stuff, girl. Go on.
You know what's interesting, Granny? Can you hear me? Sorry, my service was cutting out. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I was gonna say, you know what's crazy is that there's a second person in the litigation. And I've got my list of things too, so it's only going to add to that total. And I'm so sorry that you went through that. People need to really realize that she's a fucking idiot, in my opinion. She she's very uneducated in the way that the courts work.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if you can hear background noise. I'm driving. Is that bothering you?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Um, and I do want to say I'm sorry for what happened to your daughter, and I'm really glad that she's going to make a recovery. And
Thank you.
I'm sure that that was a very hard thing to experience. And I'm really grateful that she's coming out on the other side and things aren't as worse as they could have been. So,
Thank you. Yeah.
otherwise, did you have a good weekend?
Yeah, it was nice.
Did you eat?
Yeah.
All
Yeah, it was
right,
a good
that's
time.
good. um, Today should be interesting. I don't want to say too much if you don't want to say too much, but today should be interesting.
Well, you already said enough, so go ahead and tell them why it should be.
I mean, well, we're waiting for somebody to file their entire reproduced record in their same brief. Idiots.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting.
Everything that I've read, researched, talked to my attorney privately about, it's not looking good for them, which as it shouldn't, but I really have a good feeling about today, and we deserve to have this shit stop for once and for all.
Fucking right.
We deserve peace. And even if, I'm going to say, even if this gets dismissed and it goes back to lower court, there's still months and months and months to deal with. And then there's going to be the hate that comes along with that from everybody who doesn't understand the legal process and how people can. It's been a long road. It's been a long road, and every day, I'm just so grateful that we have competent attorneys who we paid for. We didn't get a free lawyer. We weren't privy to a free lawyer. But yeah, just start racking up that bill, Brittany.
No, she's an idiot. She's an absolute idiot. I can't wait until the judgments come down on her because she thinks she's so fucking untouchable. She thinks she can sit out here and convince your little small audience, Brittany, that you're not the biggest piece of shit you are. But I guarantee you, when you come from behind that computer screen and you have to stand before the courts that you abused in Pennsylvania and explain to the judge how you're so terrified, Your Honor. I come to you as a mother, a piece of shit mother. Okay. Explain to them how you're so terrified, but you kept saying my name for a fucking year thereafter. You're a dumbass. You're an absolute dumbass. I can't wait till Karma comes and fucking. I believe she lives Karma every day. You can't fucking breathe. You're overweight. Your man tells you right into your own microphone that he don't fucking want you. Your kids disrespect you. You are a slobbery piece of shit. You are. And you tried to sue me for saying it. I called you a wasteful fat piece of shit, and I'll say it again because it is a factual statement.
Well, and let's not forget, we live in America and we have freedom of speech. And just because people don't like our opinions or our commentary or our sarcasm, whatever have you, doesn't mean that that is grounds for a lawsuit.
She's an idiot. She didn't even know she was getting herself into a lawsuit. That's how stupid she is. So fucking stupid. So fucking stupid. Your Honor, I come to you today not as a person in litigation, but as a mother, as a human. You fucking idiot. Hey, Brittany, do you know what it is to what is it that Clue and Cletus said they're going to get you for? Do you remember, Brittany? Because you did the same thing in Pennsylvania and you proved it every day thereafter. You fucking idiot. Oh,
Mm-mm.
let's see what it is in Pennsylvania. Hold on, I think I have it right here. A penalty under perjury in Pennsylvania is a potential sentence for making a false statement under oath in a civil case. The penalty for perjury in Pennsylvania is a third-degree felony, which can result in a jail sentence or up to 7 years and a fine up to $1,500. Brittany,
Wow.
$15,000. Brittany, 15,000. Okay, you like to commit perjury, don't you?
Well, there's a lot of perjury going on, in my opinion.
Absolutely, there is. It's all based around perjury, every last bit of it.
Hmm. So, are you allowed to say what's the next step for getting your money from BJ?
The next step is a damage hearing with the judge. Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely. You can't get blood from a turnip. That's where you're mistaken, Toots. That's where you're mistaken. Because a clever person can take a turnip and make a profit off of one. So don't ever mistake the ways to get money from pieces of shit like you. And it's pieces of shit like you that say things like that also get brought before the judge. One of you motherfuckers that say, "Oh, but I'm judgment proof because I don't have anything." Yeah, you think so? Okay. Told you before, we'll take the stale crackers out of your fucking cabinet.
I don't want the stale crackers, Jess.
Oh, I'll take them. I'll
Oh,
take them.
my.
I love people like her. She's so stupid. You're so dense.
They're, I just wonder who they're getting legal advice from. Like,
Nobody. Chat GBT, and even that, they're not getting it correctly.
oh, shit. Not ChatGPT.
It is. It absolutely is. And even then, they're still getting it wrong because they're so stupid. They don't even know how to type in the question properly. So therefore, they're getting the answer they want to get. Except be Tim. I know. Believe me, there's ways, and you can keep saying you have nothing, Brittany. You have nothing. Well, yeah, everybody will find out. Don't you worry.
Well, what I think that people don't realize is, I mean, there's a procedure, but you can levy bank accounts, vehicles, things that are in your home that are not necessarily required to live. Um, you know,
Yep. You got a minivan. You got Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. All the ways you advertise every day when you go live, how people can give to you. You got all of those.
donations, donations. So when people give her money, that's income.
Yeah, I can attach to her Cash App. I can attach to her Venmo. But, I won't educate you much, Brittany. Get a fucking attorney with all the money you stole from your community. Sam Sarah, I'm telling you, isn't it mind boggling? But that's the perfect example of what sums up Brittany J, right? She'll be the one that starts litigation, but because she's losing in it, just like she always done with the drama, she'll start the drama, but because she can't fucking clap back, she then becomes the victim. And this right here is exactly what she's doing. I'm harassing her through the court system. The woman who sued me in Pennsylvania and then sent me a C&D, I'm harassing her by responding. Okay. Okay.
I I'm amazed by that. People have always they're going around saying like, "Oh, they love lawsuits." Like, we're not the one that filed this shit. We didn't start this shit in the courts.
Oh, I love this lawsuit, and I'll tell you why, because we're fucking winning.
Yeah.
So of course I love it. Are you kidding me? I love showing the internet what fucking liars you all are. I love showing the internet that the flexing you all did out here and the intimidation you tried to set forth and everything else was nothing more than a fucking facade, like everything about you all. I do. I love it. I'm going to admit it to you. I've learned so much about litigation and I actually enjoy it. I love learning about the law and why pieces of shit like you deserve to have punitive damages. Why pieces of shit like you think it's okay to abuse the courts. I love it. Just like she loved it when she first came out here and read it to the world because she thought she was on top of the world. They thought they were going to do a big thing there. What a fucking joke. Probably giving away the $50 gift. I won't say it. Never mind. Oh, I won't say it. Yeah, why don't you give the $50, the $100 gift card to Brenda?
Are you talking? Sorry, I was dropping my daughter off of work. You talking about Brenda Sue?
No.
Oh shit. Never mind. There's too many Brendas. There's like 5 Brendas.
Yeah, Brenda Stapleton.
Oh god. Didn't she like ask for her money back? I'm not on the streets as much, but didn't she want her
Yeah,
money back? Did she get it back?
of course not.
Damn.
Of course not. But she said she'd give anybody back their money, but of course she won't.
She probably doesn't have it. She spent it, but
Not on an attorney because he's not representing her. Now, Italy, this is where Brittany, despite Brittany's popular belief that I show all my hands, this is where I won't show my hand because despite it being lined up right in front of Brittany's face, she still don't fucking see it. And I love that. Let it be a surprise. Just like it was a surprise for me to wake up one Friday and hear Molly Golightly reading out that I'm in a lawsuit accused of RICO. That type of surprise. Let it be one of those.
mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, I can't stand her. She does pick me. I keep saying that. In my opinion, BJ has been the only stupid one out of the 9. She had to shut up and keep running that mouth. And everything Brittany says will get used against all of them. Lady
Yeah.
V, I'm with you. Yep.
Yeah. That part.
She just doesn't get it. And that's okay. She still makes the excuses for herself.
Well, she said the other day, she said, barbecue, I don't have any problem with you. Then why did you sign your name to a lawsuit injunction where I was named in it? You should have, if she really wanted to go after you, let's just back this up. She should have done it not with them.
She
She,
had no way to do it. That's the problem.
well,
She
she
never had
wasn't
a way.
smart enough to do it. That's what I think it is. She didn't know. Now she thinks that,
Because she would have had no standing, whether she did it alone or not. There's nothing for her to go after me legally for.
yeah.
Nothing.
I'm just saying, like, if she saw that there was somebody involved that she had nothing, no beef with, or whatever bullshit she comes up with, she should have said that. I shouldn't be signing this because there's another person. Even if the bare minimum with having no merits with you.
She knew that they were trying to name up to 15 of us, up to 50 of us, and then it was 15 of us. She knew that.
Wow. See, I wasn't really over on YouTube. Really in the beginning, like I said, I didn't even know who you were. What when they were like, you're in an enterprise with this Granny's watching. I'm like, who the fuck is Granny's what? Like who?
I know. I know.
Mm-mm-mm.
They need it. Brittany's the reason they even threw me in this because prior to that, I was not on their radar. It wasn't me.
Right. It
And
was
then when
yeah.
Brittany called Nick and Tony because she was worried that I was quote unquote dog whistling for Nick to come on my panel, that's when they realized, oh shit, this woman's in Delco where Lasniak has an office. We have jurisdiction over her. And we know that for a fact because Brittany went and said it to her mods behind the scenes. Nick's going after Granny first because of location, which again will be shown during punitive damages.
Yep.
You should get your flight ticket and hotel stay ready, Brittany, because you have quite a few visits to Pennsylvania coming up.
Oh, and they will. I know we've discussed this, but there will be a submission for subpoenas for us to face our accusers in the Court of Common Pleas of Delaware County.
Yep.
We have a right to face our accusers, and they accused us of criminal RICO. They accused us of having a missing child's blood on our hands. Let's not forget that on the back of a missing child. Disgusting.
Yep. She's gonna not get away with it. So
Well, I don't know. I don't have much to say. I just wanted to come up and tell you that there's a lot of people praying for you and your daughter, and I'm glad everything is turning over for a good thing versus the worst. And I'm really sorry that she had to go through that, and it is eye-opening. Um, hold your kids a little tighter, squeeze them, hug them, call them, text them, whatever you got to do, because you just never know. Life is too short, and I'm sorry you went through that. And I hope today is a good day. We might have some good news today. We deserve good news. And yeah, I'll talk to you. Otherwise, I
Thank you.
I gotta be quiet in what I really want to say because it ain't for everybody. But
I
keep,
appreciate you coming up.
keep being amazing and have a great day. And don't let these fuckers ever knock you off your square.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, girl. I'll see ya
Bye.
in Delco.
Yeah, red flags. But it was also a year prior to that that Brittany told her whole audience that she contacted an organization. I forget what state she said it was, but it wasn't even a state that either of us live in, and that she was going to be suing me, and that while she wasn't asking for attorney fees, it was going to be expensive. That was like 2 years ago. She said that, and of course, raised funds and never did anything with it. Brittany, you're an idiot. How can I change jurisdiction when there was no jurisdiction? Put a 1 in the chat if you understand that. There was never any jurisdiction for me to change the I mean, yeah, was it declaratory action? Was that smart to get into PA? Of course it was. I'm sorry you weren't smart enough to figure out that it's not okay to send out C&Ds to try to intimidate somebody. You got to find out the hard way sometimes. You should have learned after the first round, but you don't because you're an idiot. But that's okay. A lot of ones, they understand it. You can't necessarily change jurisdiction. You didn't give up North Carolina jurisdiction. You should have fought what was in front of you, but you decided to ignore it. And you think the courts appreciate being ignored? I don't. But whatever. Thank you. Never say never. Thank you for being a member for 14 months. So what else did we miss besides this dumbass? Correction is the issue. Stupidity is the issue. She did, Heather. I played it for you all one time. It was called Classic. Here, hold on. Classic lolcow go to. I'm taking Granny to court. And she threatened back then that she was going to take me to court, that she contacted an anti-bullying company that was going to help her take me to court. And of course, it wasn't either of our states. I was like, what the hell are they going to do? Whatever. Vibrator at the 7 months, coffee with Granny. Thank you. Thank you, that Michelle. 16 months. It was only $400 filing, Granny. BJ Enrico. The problem is she hasn't had to pay a penny, right? Brittany, Betty, Julia, that Christina woman, I don't even know, all of them. All they had to do was put their signature on a paper and go about their lives, right? They have not had to retain attorneys. They didn't have to keep up with the litigation. They didn't have to go to court. They don't have to do anything. They get to just sit back and do nothing. It hasn't cost them a penny, a night of sleep, nothing. And that's exactly what we'll be bringing to the judge when we go back for punitive damages. Hey, Megamind. Virginia, that's right. Virginia. She probably does believe that, Lucia, just like she believed in her weird brain that I don't have to respond to Granny in 20 days. Who does she think she is? I'll respond when I want to. How's that default looking, baby? Respond how you want to. Gosh, I could not, Jane Doe. Thank goodness, though, that, what was that lady's name, B. Tim? That influencer lady is fighting for them to get extra seats on the plane. Maybe she'll get 2 seats. 500 total? That's cute. I love that. And I love that she says all of that publicly. Holy shit, baby boop. Thank you so fucking much. Thank you, baby boop. The 2 seats. Yes, yes. That there was a overweight influencer, an obese influencer that was arguing that they should get extra seats on the plane to fit, and that might help her. I would say she would have to pay. All right, look, I'll show you guys again. Here. Make it bigger for you all. 312 filing, right? 170 for personal service, 170 for personal service, 18 for the press P, 170 for personal service, 240 for a default first class mail. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. Sorry. All right. Oh, thank you so much. Where'd that just go? Thank you, Miss Breezy. So this right here is just a breakdown from my attorney. At this time, the breakdown of filing fees and cost are as follow. Okay. So that totals up to $842.89 is how much. That's just the file, the to give or served, all of that. That's the court cost part. Now, you all have seen in litigation where it says attorney fees plus court cost, right? Put a 1 in the chat if you've seen that. Yeah, why are you avoiding service then, Toots? Why are you avoiding service? Baby Boop, thank you so fucking much. Yeah, man. I'll get more into that after we get past this. I'm not going to intertwine the two. Ones, people understand it. Brittany, you don't, but people do. This does not include attorney fees or my attorney's costs, right? So when they say attorney fees plus court costs. Thank you so much, Wendy. Ah, collateral sources in civil litigation, tort damages. Thank you, Wendy. So that just includes the filing fee. That's not even the court cost. That's not even attorney costs. That's just the filing fees and service costs. That's not everything. That's not going to include my attorney's time to travel to the court hearing, to stand before the judge. That doesn't include the time it took for my attorney to write it all up and research it all and put it in file. It doesn't include all of that, just the filing. But that's all right, Brittany. Believe what you want. Thank you, Lacey Ann. The Tea Time Sleuth says people need to also stop dragging you into ish. Wouldn't that be nice? Respond when she wants to. Now she won't respond to the knock at the door. Open up. It's reality. Not the one. I bet you wouldn't open up for your friend reality either. However, I intend to use this case in the damages portion of the RICO, Brittany. That means when we go before Judge Eckel, we plan to let her know what you did, how you didn't get the result you wanted from her, so you tried to go another route, and again, was a baseless claim that you didn't follow up on. Another waste of the court's time. Sorry, Loki's mom. Their gullible little minds with, look what mean old Granny is doing to me. She won't leave me alone. That's funny. That's funny, Brittany. How many of you, all right, let's say, first off, I thought everybody was following declaratory judgments, right? But wasn't the case, whatever. How many of you would allow somebody to already sue you in your state, then turn around and send you a C&D that was full of baseless claims, threatening that they're now going to sue you in their state? I've responded back to it as I was told to, waited 2 weeks and did not hear back from that attorney. Was I supposed to sit back and just wait and see if she was going to now sue me in her state? So I could be sued in Pennsylvania, Oklahoma, North Carolina. And then what do you think would have happened after that? The 8 other plaintiffs are then going to do the same thing? Nobody's harassing you, Brittany. I'm protecting me. And the fact that you act like you don't understand that is exactly why you get on everyone's nerves. You didn't get to send me a fake C&D so your attorney could use it to talk to Team YouTube. Thank you, Don K. Holy shit, thank you so much, Shauna. Just for being you. Wow, thank you so much. Yeah, she tricked me, y'all. She tricked me. I thought it was unconstitutional. I thought she didn't have to respond to it because it was unconstitutional. Has she learned yet that it's not unconstitutional? Oh, you can't help that girl. I know, Lacey Ann. Isn't it insane? I'm harassing her with the courts. Oh, did you straight talk her? Right, BJ, you sent the C&D. You don't get to threaten litigation and not think that people have a right to protect themselves, especially when you made it very clear that you only sent the C&D so your attorney could take it to Team YouTube and have channels removed. What you should be upset at is the fact that your attorney ignored my response where we could have tried to reach some type of understanding and settlement, but he didn't do that for you. Matter of fact, you went back to YouTube and said, Granny didn't even try to settle this or anything. She didn't even try to look for a resolution. Yeah, the fuck I did. When I responded back to your C&D as required to, and he left me sitting for 2 weeks. It's just a strategy, not a lawsuit. She might want to ask ChatGPT if a declaratory judgment is a lawsuit. It's definitely a type of lawsuit. Thank you, Michelle. She don't have an attorney, no. No. He's not recognized anywhere as her actual attorney. It's her 19th Amendment, damn it. Hey, Gilly. So cute. I mess it up sometimes too, though, Miss Jess. Thank you, Sam, for hitting the thumbs up. And thank you. Thank you, everybody who reached out, who commented, who sent prayers. That was honestly one of the scariest things I ever experienced in my life. Especially because they just couldn't figure out what was wrong. So did my attorney really call Rancher? No. Rancher tried calling my attorney. But my attorney did email with Rancher, and he never responds back that he's representing her. Did she force them? Maybe. I mean, she's, exhausted, and it's a big mind fuck, if you will, but yeah. They brought her in and they thought it was alcohol poisoning, right? And that's what like the 911 call said, that's what the hospital said. And I get the phone call, so of course I go flying over there, and for people that are trying to like break it down like it doesn't make sense. I don't give a fuck if you think it makes sense or not. We have one hospital in our entire area. All the hospitals near me closed down. This one place handles everything. Fingers crossed it's all over pretty soon. Thank you, Flutterby. Yeah, GW tricked her. I'm so fucking clever. I tricked you. I'm just smarter than you. Yes, Michelle, I am from Pennsylvania. You have asked me before. So anyway, I get to the hospital and they have her on machines and she's not conscious. She's not breathing on her own. They told me they had an x-ray machine on her and they were checking her ribs to make sure that they didn't break them. And I said, from what? And I said, is she alive? And the lady said, after strong something. I don't know. I forget exactly what she said. And she said, that's why we're checking her ribs now and everything. And it was just scary. It was sad to see your child like that. So a little bit of time goes by and my daughter's body starts shaking and everything. And I'm like, is this normal? Like, what is going on? They're like, we don't know. she's not responding to anything, try to get her to respond to you. So I'm like holding her hand, I'm talking to her, I'm, trying to get her to wake up to my voice, and she's not responding. Um, and I guess at that point her blood work came back and they said it's not alcohol poisoning, so we don't know what's going on. We're gonna take her for a CAT scan because we were afraid maybe she banged her head and it's bleeding in the brain or something of that sort. They were all confused at that point, and then they're asking me, is there drug usage and blah blah blah, and I'm like, marijuana could have been laced with something, and they're like, we don't know, blah blah blah. She goes down for the CAT scan. She's now breathing on her own, thank God. So she's breathing. Still not alert. They're prying open her eyes. They're doing everything to try to get her to become conscious. She's not becoming conscious. And then she suddenly just wakes up. Like 3 hours later, she just wakes up. And she has no idea why she's there, what's going on. She doesn't remember much of anything. They get the urine test from her. There's no drugs in her system. And they say they need a special test for roofies, for the DR drugs. And they ask her if she remembers or feels like she's been assaulted, and they tell her what the process would be to look for that, and that is a very invasive process, but you know it's what they had to do. So thank God it wasn't a brain bleed. It wasn't anything other than she was drugged. And of course, she doesn't want to believe it because she wants to believe she knew everybody there. Oof. So he said within the next few days, she might have, some type of memory from it all, or she may not. And she was, yeah, she was in the dorms. They weren't at like an outside party or anything. So of course I notified the school to let them know because obviously something's going on in that building. I hope for her it's a wake up call. Um, just sucks. All of it. Thank you. Thank you, hold on. Well, that was my fear, Looney Tunes, because I'm like, the area we live in. And I'll tell you what really upset me. When I asked the lady at the hospital, how common is this? Like, are you seeing this a lot? Because I'm thinking if this is going on, I want to notify the school, and I people, the police need to know, things need to take place. And she says to me, we've had a few suspected cases. I said, what do you mean suspected cases? Is it happening or not? She said, well, I can't say for certain, but yeah, we've had a few situations. I'm like, well, don't you think it's important to know if these kids are coming from these colleges and this stuff's taking place? Daughter's roommate, that is my daughter, and her boyfriend and a roommate were out of town on tour. Well, thank God for my daughter that she does do the buddy system. She, her close girlfriends, and at one point they noticed. So that's what had happened. Her girlfriend noticed that, my daughter wasn't right there. She found her in the room, uh, asleep on the bed or whatever, and she wasn't responding to them. So they went to carry her, and when they did, she started throwing up, but she still wasn't conscious. She wasn't responding to them. So they called the ambulance. When I got there, her friends were there in the waiting room waiting for her. It was so hard not to be angry at them. Thank you guys so much. It's just, well, she swears she didn't, James. That's what makes it even worse is that it wasn't. When you hear things like alcohol poisoning, you're kind of like, like the one lady was even saying to me, oh, they're just enjoying their freedom, blah, blah, blah. And it's kind of like you idiot type of thing. You expect them to have their stomach pumps, whatever. I've done it when I was younger. That is not what I walked into. There was not it, yeah. I know, Lacey Ann. Well, thank God they just had a seminar where they told these kids that if they have to call for something like that, they can't legally get in trouble with the police. The police won't be involved. I just don't know. I was drugged at our own Christmas party for our customers. It's the worst feeling since my husband refuses to have another one. Praying for. I'm sorry you've experienced that. Right. But it wasn't what was happening. So it wasn't as simple as just being like, you idiot, what are you doing? As a group drug, nobody smokes own joints. Well, I was just trying to think of every scenario, Wellington. You know what I mean? Like it was one of those things like, because they're like, well, do you know if she takes drugs? And I'm like, no, she doesn't. And I'm like, I don't know. You would have to tell me. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what's going on either. So I'm like, well, I know. Could the weed have been laced? I don't know. You don't know. You just have every possibility run through your head. Hey, Wendy.
Hey, I just wanted to come up here while you were talking about this, just in case, you needed a minute or something. I didn't want you to be up here by yourself.
Oh, that's really sweet. I appreciate it. I'm okay though. It's just,
It's rough.
yeah.
It's you never expect that it's going to impact your own child or your own family in any way. Um, I know it's been a while now since my son was in college, but even the young men were being subjected to some things, and it was via ketamine that I'm not going to mention the university, but it was in Pennsylvania, and it was a group of girls where
That's insane.
they were dosing young men,
Wow.
and took advantage of them while they were under the ketamine and filmed it and all kinds of things.
That's horrible.
And ketamine, they won't, the young men, they would have no knowledge, just like with the young women with the so-called roofie or the rohypnol.
Yeah.
It's incredibly scary. Incredibly. Because you don't have the knowledge, you don't remember.
Takes about a month. So would imagine that would have shown. Marijuana, you're saying? Yeah. But I was asking if it could have been laced with anything. And my daughter's like a really small girl. She's like a tiny petite girl. So I think that's why the impact was a little bit stronger. Um, Somebody said which I'll be honest, as stupid as this may sound, but I didn't realize that a lot of times they can put it in anything, right? So it could be put in a beer, a water, a soda, it could be anything. Um, yeah, I just you don't, you think if you're at a party, I'm only drinking a water, you feel like you'll be a little bit safer, but that's not the case. And I don't even know how these kids would get their hands on stuff like this around here. My biggest fear was fentanyl because that's what's big in this area. And thank God it wasn't a brain bleed or anything like that. But it was terrifying. It's terrifying to see your child laying there unresponsive to anything at all. Nothing.
Yeah.
And her body would just start shaking, and it was so scary, And then she just kind of popped up like 3 hours of her being unconscious and being on machinery and shit. She just kind of wakes up, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, you want to yell at her, you want to hug her, you want to do all the things, because it's like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, why? And then of course she's upset because she didn't want to hear what they're saying to her. I know everybody that was there. Nobody would have done that. And well, they did, and she just has to
And
accept that.
and sometimes some of these kids, they, and I'll call them kids because really 19, 20, 21, 22 years old, they in a way they still are, because they haven't found their full maturity yet, a lot of them. They don't have those life experiences. It may have maybe it was intended to be like some kind of a joke or something, as callous and disgusting as it sounds. And where do they get it? They can make this stuff, especially if there's a chemistry student or a
Ew.
pharmacy type of student. There's so much available and access on the internet to get the raw materials or to figure out how to do something. Um, it's it's quite it's quite you can't put it into words unless you just can't put it into words.
Well, and
And
that's what was upsetting to me, right? Because when I said to them, like, could the weed have been laced with like fentanyl or something? They kind of like snub their noses at me, like, no. And it's like, really? Because everything, like Austin just said, everything's being laced, everything's being, touched with and tampered with, and they're adding shit to everything. And you really don't fucking know. You don't
well,
know.
you don't know. I know back in my day, late 70s, early 80s, in junior high school and high school, you know, the weed, it was laced with embalming fluid or ether,
Yeah,
crazy flakes. That's what people were smoking. I grew up on the West Coast in the 70s, and it was PCP was in the pot, you
right.
know, and when my son was in high school, that was the early 2000s, it was crushing up pills and smoking that with the cannabis. you
Right.
if you can wetten it or powder it up, it's going to go into a pipe or into a rolling paper, because that's what youth does sometimes. They feel invincible and we'll just try it this one time. I mean, I was horrified when I found out that the kids were just going into their parents' medicine cupboards, their grandparents' medicine cupboards, not even knowing what these prescription medications are, throwing them into a bowl and having what they were calling Skittle parties,
Mm.
just taking capsules and crushing pills. And it's like, are you people out of your minds? That could be heart medicine, blood pressure. It's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane. It's insanity. And we'd like to think that we've taught our kids, but they get in a different environment, and it's just regardless of how everyone feels, I thank God that your daughter is all right from this. Um,
Thank
Granny,
you.
I
Well, this
I
was
really,
this wasn't a case where she took a handful of pills or something.
no, that's not what I meant. She was in an environment, she thought she was safe, but
Right.
something happened, or else she wouldn't have ended up in the hospital.
Right.
Please, no, that's not what I meant. I was on a old lady ramble about.
That's it. I just
I
wanted to
didn't mean to
clarify for
equate the
anybody
two.
listening, because I'm like, no, that's not what happened here. But of course that was a worry, and it's an unfortunate fact that when you're in that situation, you have to recognize that, yeah, well, maybe I don't know. Maybe it could be something. And no, in this case, I mean, the alcohol level just blew their mind. They're like, that this girl's not, this isn't alcohol poisoning. They were baffled at that point. So then they started, rushing, and it's like, all right, well, now we need CAT scans, because it could be this, it could be that. And I'm like, well, what the fuck's going on? How long is it going to take to get the results of a CAT scan? What are we going to do in the meantime? And it was terrifying. It was a terrifying situation. I literally thought my daughter was going to die.
Now, did they? You don't have to answer this. I'll send it to you in private in an email. I have a question, just um, because I brought to mind that did they rule out that it was some type of a seizure?
I mean, they took all types of tests of her. The only thing they concluded to that it was this.
Okay, because I'm just speaking from a personal antidote that I know that sometimes somebody can go into a seizure and then they fall unconscious for a period of time and then seem to wake up as like nothing happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all very sad. Okay, would you like to change the subject?
Thank you, Lady Luckin, for hitting a thumbs up.
Did you get any snow this weekend?
No, no snow, thank God.
We got snow again this weekend on the other side of the state.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, we had the
Not ready for
grapple
that.
and everything. Nasty cold.
That's how I felt, Sarah Q. Like, one of the first things I kept saying to them is like, how do you know she wasn't how do you know she wasn't drugged? And they just didn't seem to be taking me very seriously. So that's what I was trying to say. Like when all was done and said, and we found out, and I said to the lady at the end, like, have you had other cases like this? Because you can hear their nurses and all out there talking and stuff. You can hear what they're saying. Like they were trying to make jokes, like, maybe it was a weed and half a beer, and then they're like, they're kind of like whatever. I wouldn't say they were making jokes, but it seemed like they were being really lighthearted for the situation, like whatever. For her to say like we suspected, well, if there are cases that you suspect could have been, why isn't more being done to ensure to know without a doubt if it is taking place so that there can be a warning sent out to these college students? Why are we just letting it go on the possibility of, yeah, this is what we think happened? So, there needs to be a more solidified answer of that. I think these kids need to be warned. Eye drops. I don't know, but they opened up her eyes, like they were like pulling her eyes open to look in them, and she still wasn't responding to anything. It was literally terrifying. I mean, she was unconscious for hours. And then people are saying, well, oh, you can't really overdose on that. How the fuck are you going to tell me that 100-pound kid can't be fucking overdosed? You're going to tell me she was? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what do you mean you can't be? She fucking was. I can't stand when people act like they know the entirety of a situation. It drives me fucking nuts. I can't see your previous comments. I'm sorry. I tried going back, but I can't find them. And that's the other thing, right, Austin? We don't have hospitals like we used to. Okay, they're not around. They're not as soon as she came to, they literally moved us. Not even 10 minutes later into the fucking hallway. We no longer even had a private room. They're overwhelmed. All our hospitals were shut down. It is what it is, and I get that, but it's still aggravating as hell that there's no, oh well, maybe the nurse. Yeah, well, we think they're suspected there may have been. But did they come from the same college? Well, we can't tell you that. You're going to tell me anything so that we can do something further with this? Or we just supposed to walk out of here in 20 minutes like everything's okay? Fucking aggravating. I don't know, Kenna. They're the ones that called me. Seizures is a good theory. They tested all of her blood. They ran CAT scans. They did all of that. All the hospitals are that way now. You're alive, put to the hallway. I mean, I understood it, right? Somebody else needs the room. I get it, and I respect that. I was okay with that. But it was like, that's how busy they are. You are you're not very much older than her, to be honest. Yeah. Who was doing, yeah, coke and drinking like crazy. It was wild. I wouldn't touch any drugs on the streets these days. You can't trust any of them. Her boyfriend stabbed her to death. Holy shit, Barb. Granny, on Friday night, my daughter has a friend that lives next door to her. While her boyfriend stabbed her to death, the girl was only 26 years old. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's how I felt like they acted at one point. Like, well, are you sure she's not on any drugs? I said, listen, I don't know. Could she have popped an Adderall to get through college? Could she have taken a Xanax to try to sleep? I don't fucking know. Are you asking me if my daughter's a hardcore drug addict? The answer is no. Does she look like one? And I know that's an ignorant thing to say because people said it all throughout my addiction. Like, well, you don't look like an addict. But holy shit, like, do your test. They see so much, and I get it. It's just being the mother, you get offended. Seizures normally is the consequence of something. Yeah. It wasn't like she was like convulsing all over, but like her legs were like vibrating and all. Thank you so much, Wendy, for coming up. I appreciate you. That was really sweet of you. Right. And I accepted that. You know what I mean? Breaking chains. I'm like, yeah, like do whatever test you need to do to find the answers. But no, that I don't believe that's the case here. Stay away from Pike, guys. Same thing happened to my daughter a couple years ago, and the hospital wasn't very helpful with what could have caused the OD. Was drugged. Treated as my daughter was an addict. At 16 years old, she was drugged. I'm so sorry, Jen. I am sorry. I was roofied and my friends got me in time. That I think that's what happened here. I prescribed narcotics. I need to keep working. I have her with me. Exactly. And I respected that. There was one lady though that was so fucking kind. She was so sweet to me. She was telling me about her own child going to, off to college for the first year and drinking. And yeah. Yeah, as soon as they said brain bleed, I'm like, what the fuck? But thank God it isn't that. And I'm not pushing her on it. Like I said to her, you can think you know people. There are people that married people for years and realize they didn't know them. And, you can think you know people. And I get you don't want to accept that this happened, but they did do a blood test immediately. Literally immediately. We were there for 3 hours, not 3 years. What do you mean? You think they didn't do it immediately? We waited for the blood test results. That's how they knew the alcohol level wasn't there. I know. I don't know about the nope. Telling you what happened. That's just it. I don't care if you guys believe it or not. I'm sure some of you are calling the hospital right now to find out. Fucking find out. Not only are guys responsible, but mean girls are too. Right? It doesn't have to be a man. It could be anybody. My son was sick and was having trouble breathing when he was a teenager. We actually called 911 and paramedics were persistent, asking about drugs, even asked us to step away. I never raised money for my daughter to go to college. What are you talking about? You raised a ton of money because your daughter was going away to college, but now she is local? When the fuck did I raise money for my daughter to go to college? That is a damn lie. I never raised a penny for my daughter to go to college. What? I really hope Granny sees my comment. Would hate for it to happen again. It started out like I was drunk and never had anything to drink. Yeah, that's a damn lie. Two things can be true. Two things you wrote can be untrue because they were. So sorry you feel that way. Never raised a penny for my daughter to go to college. The only thing that was ever done is she had a wish list for dorm stuff. That's it. That's all. Good morning, Wandering Sub. Yeah, possibly. They have protocols for every situation that comes in. Yeah. Now is the time for dumb remarks. That's okay. They can feel how they feel. People do this with everything. It's no different here. I don't give a fuck. My boys are 24 and 25, and the Skittles parties with bowls of random prescription pills was a big thing when they were in school. I've never heard of that ever. Uh, DR asked my brother-in-law the same questions. Was my sister an addict? She didn't do drugs or drink. They found she had a flesh-eating bacteria growing. I didn't beg for anything for my daughter's college dorm. She dropped a wish list. Exactly, Austin. Holy shit, beware. My brother died on October 15th in the hallway of the hospital. I'm so sorry. Oh. Miss Sarah said, I was drugged in my early 30s at a bar. I trusted around people. I trusted. A road creeper came in and spiked my drink. I passed out but woke right away. Didn't get checked. Should have, though. Fishbowl parties, mix of drugs. I've never heard of them. Nothing's wrong with it, Thorpe. It just never happens. These people just, they fabricate events that never took place. It's amazing to me. Honestly, I sometimes wonder, like, they make this shit up. It's impressive. Same thing happened to me in college. I'm sorry to hear that, Lippy. I guess you hear that it happens and that is a common thing, but you don't really, you know what I mean? Like, you don't think it will ever happen to somebody you love. Thank you, Mama Michelle. Thank you for being a member. Right, be nice, try. They turn that into I raised thousands for college, and they're so full of shit. Since they accuse you of raise money, might as well do it. Choo-choo. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Kelsey. I really, I'm just saying, I appreciate everybody that did reach out and sent a prayer because you really don't realize how powerful they are until you need them. Got me reconsidering my religious beliefs, to be honest. My son was 22 and his buddy slipped something in his drink and it cost my son his life. Oh, cold hearted. I'm so sorry. Look how many people in the chat have lost somebody. It's insane. Thank you, a blank slate. I worry about my younger cousin in college, my little sister and brother. Yeah, and then you hear about like the Idaho 4 cases and thank you, Sailor. Closing on 3 months, 3 years. 3 years, Migsy. That's insane. Thank you. My brother's friend literally watched him die. He was a John Doe. Holy shit, Lacey Ann. I'm so sorry. Please make a wish list for both kids' Christmas. I appreciate that, Great and Grace, but I'm trying to. My kids are at ages where there's not really much they need. They're not like little guys that they need like toy play sets. They're at older age, and I'm trying to ask them this year if they rather do something different. They don't really need much. I think it'd be better if we gave back at this point, and I don't know. Maybe do like a trip to an amusement park and spend the night or something. I don't know. I'm trying to think of something different because they're older, Miss Lyra, thank you. But I do appreciate that. There's littles that still believe that they need well more than mine. 9 would rather give money for a child to go to college than a 30, 40-year-old bum that's too fucking lazy to get a job. Any kid in college is already ahead of these people that don't work. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that, but it's just, they're not being true. They're making shit up. I give their grown kids gifts cards every year. And is that person saying like if a college is local, whatever, fuck you and whatever you think. How about that? Fuck you. They have really cool themed Airbnbs. I know they do. They really do. I was given a joint laced with PCP about 20 years ago. The shit nowadays though, like, is fentanyl. It has people fucking dying. 42-year-old son passed from heroin overdose. We had no clue. TT, I'm really sorry for your loss. The local church to me has a bunch of like sticks with t-shirts on their lawns to recognize everybody in the area that has died from overdose. And it is such a surreal thing to see. It basically says like never forgotten or the something about the forgotten. Thank you, Rachel, for a gifted membership. For my sons, we do an adventure each Christmas. His birthday's a few days after Christmas. We focus on memories. That's awesome. Local colleges cost the same amount. We're talking about people who have no idea how college even works. You know what I mean? They're just whatever. They rather fall for the man who's crying about a divorce from 10 years ago instead of the fact that their child's missing. Whatever. Of course, BJ said that. That's what BJ does, isn't it? I can relate to how your daughter feels. I thought I knew everyone in my class reunion. Thank God I had rode with a true friend. She could drive me home. Scary feeling. Wolf Rider, I'm so sorry. Deanna, continued prayers with the 7 months. Thank you. It's feeling a little heavy in here. Let's try to, I don't know, let's do some lighthearted exercises. It's depressing in here. She gave me a Pepsi and I blacked out and kept waking up. She was laughing at me. She had to help me out to my car and somehow I made it home. That was no close friend, girl. It's insane. I know. It's really sad. Well, she went local. You raised thousands of dollars. I wish I did. Shit. It ain't no cheaper just because it's closer. I did see that, Angel Chips. That's insane. I saw a lot of people are losing their channels right now. Exactly, Nana. Nana says, my child went to college an hour away. Cost the same. Didn't start tuition fund. I wish I did, though. If you'd like to donate to the non-existent tuition fund, it is totally appreciated. I know some of you may not know the cost, but it's pretty fucking expensive. And listen, it is what it is. Yeah, I heard. So my friend CJ from YouTube passed away. Another girl I knew from YouTube, Amanda and Nanda, passed away, and then Big Al passed away. That is so heartbreaking. That's all I kept thinking about is like, my gosh, how many they say death comes in three, and for many it is a struggle for rent, college tuitions, food bills, holidays are worse for stresses. If I didn't have to throw money away on attorneys, you know what I mean? It is what it is. There are fingernail polishes that change color if drink is spiked. I don't know if I would trust them. I would love to know the idea behind them. She is having a follow-up, Ellie. We're having a follow-up with her primary. Have 3 in college. Oh, Looney Tunes. I couldn't even fathom 3 at the same time. I was tossing and turning all night too. Like I couldn't get a good night's sleep. And then when the phone rang, I just quickly answered because it was like, middle of the night. Schools are a few miles, Drexel, Penn. There's hundreds. There's dozens of colleges around. Amanda and Andrew apparently died. Yes. Rachel, thank you so much for starting off the tuition fund. Fucking assholes. Just shows you how these people exaggerate everything, right? Like a wish list turns into thousands for tuition. So stupid. I don't know what happened to Amanda. I just heard about it. Yeah, that is devastating. Yes, apparently she did. I know. That's what I said to them. Like, well, thank you for bringing her. And then I got more information from her. And I said, you guys can go home and try to get some sleep now. And she's like, I don't want to leave, but the hospital did make them. I love that Brittany continues to lie about me as if we're not in active litigation together. It's like, you are just so stupid. Thank you, Cindy, for hitting the thumbs up. A guy, Tommy Jude. I've never heard of him. I'm sorry to hear he also passed away. Maybe we should have asked him for, the car that just, all the windows just combusted. Fucking liars. It's a shame. If you lie about something that's so easily debunked, I'll never understand it. That's what I said. Why the fuck would you guys go to Geno's? See how nasty they are? Nobody eats at Geno's. That is not a Philly cheesesteak. Thank you, Buck Cherry. I appreciate that. Big Al is the one that owned the bar. Yes. Nobody local eats at Geno's. Ew. It's like dog food. It's not even edible. Out of state because he already had all his credits. He took college course all during high school and was ready for university. That's awesome. No, that was one that Voices made up years ago. Voices said that I dropped out in the 8th grade. And then you find out a little bit more about people like Brittany, right? And you're like, oh, that's why you go along with things like that, because you're projecting yourself. I get it. That's all right, Gary. They can. I don't even care. I know, Austin. It's how quickly life changes. You know what I mean? She continues it. Okay. First off, do you know how many people don't complete high school? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, in my case, I did. I'm very fortunate that, I completed high school, but who cares if you did or didn't? What is she doing with her life? That even if I didn't complete high school, where are you in life as somebody who did? Are you working a big fancy job? Do you own a really big nice house? Do you own a really nice car? You own nothing. You've done nothing with your life to judge where anybody is. Like, what the fuck? Unless you're like actually working with and have a productive life, you really don't have business judging other people and what they've experienced. You yourself haven't done anything. Exactly. You know how many people have an AK? Was airlifted to a hospital with 100% blockage, what they call a window maker. The team of surgeons was outside waiting. He was rushed to surgery in the ICU overnight, released the next. Wow, apple bottoms. Yeah. I guess when they're down to one hospital in the area, they get people in and out. I don't think she graduated from high school either. But is it shocking to anybody? Look where she's at today. Would anybody be shocked? That's what I mean. Like, not everybody finished high school. Oh, blessed be. Good for you, MJ's life. As you all know, I was a teenage mother. I was pregnant with my daughter at 17. I dropped out of high school and got my GED. I actually didn't drop out of high school. What they did was they put me in night classes. So I went to these night classes every night. It was more like a hangout. They taught you things you needed to know, like taxes and all of that. And then we studied for the GED. And then we all graduated before our graduating classes. That was our goal, was to get our GEDs and complete the test before our graduating classes so that we didn't fall behind. And it was actually really neat because my teacher's wife was pregnant at the same time. So she'd come in and we shared like a giant fruit bowl, and it was a really good time. I was very fortunate that my school offered such a program. But I made it past 8th grade. Definitely. Definitely. My mom had me at 17. She took me into home, etc. And home ec, yeah. And they passed me around practicing on me. I love that. She was trying to call me out for it. I think you had 3 kids, so I don't think you get to call anybody out. You got your GED and went to college. Good for you. Yeah, that's what happened here, MJ's life. Like my diploma, I still have a diploma and all. Yes, it's a weird one. It's called Delco. It's a mix of Philly and Jersey. It's a weird accent. Bernie Beans hitting a thumbs up. Obviously, some of you have it, so let's hit those thumbs up. She has a loft like the Proudfoot and the Crabtrees. I about choked. She has a loft. Must be where the rats in the baskets live. You're smarter than her street, and that's actual. She's just again, like, she has nothing to brag about anything. She's 3 kids she doesn't even take care of. Fucking asshole. Senior year, I was pregnant with my oldest, dropped out, but 2-3 years later, went and got my GED. Craig was in back saying Al had a feeling for BJ. That's what BJ tried to project to everybody. When Big Al wanted to walk away from Brittany, she then tried to make it like Big Al was being inappropriate with her, but she didn't care when Big Al was running her channel or he was donating all the memberships or he was giving her all the content. It wasn't until he tried to walk away from her. And Bluebird said, I had my daughter 16, graduated with my class. My English teacher used to love when I brought my daughter in, puked, hold her through class. Yeah, I don't think any, like, do you call pasta gravy by any chance? No, I don't, but many people do. I just call it sauce. I had my daughter young, but my parents still made me graduate high school. I'm glad they did. Yeah. Listen, if you're somebody who's successful in life and you want to judge people who didn't graduate or who got their GED, go ahead and do that. But if you're somebody like her who has lived off others their entire lives and has never accomplished anything for themselves, I don't think you get a right to judge. Thank you, Dive. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Do you know what I mean? Like, show me that you're doing something better, that you even have the position to judge anybody else. I'll wait. Yeah. Craig wants to tell himself that. He was hoping somebody else had interest in her so he could get rid of her, to be honest, but he stuck with her again. Exactly, Pristine. But they're trying to say I dropped out of 8th grade, and that's just ludicrous. Good morning, Polish. She never kept a job, AK. She told us herself. Let's compare how much money this high school dropout made last year to how much money Craig made last year. Boston commented on my page. I triggered her by mentioning her on your panel. Oh, Boston. Boston, knock it off, Boston. Boston should be more concerned that they just may have gotten themselves involved in litigation. There's a difference between being someone who values education and judging people who didn't finish. Yeah, I just don't think she has a position to judge. That's all. Who knows? She certainly doesn't view through the same lens as majority. No, she lives through a perpetual victimhood. They hear what they want to hear and don't have the comprehensive skills to understand what has been said. This is the world we live in now. It's nothing but a bunch of dumbasses. Yeah, her feet hurt. And that the older women were running circles around her. Sounds about right. Exactly. Be nice. Try it. Wait, what? So BJ's kids' wish list is one wants the new Switch. Didn't she just do this whole like dialect with Craig where they were saying they don't even play with the first Switch? Put a 1 in the chat if you remember that. The other one wants a new phone. Oh, okay. One a new PC and a chair. So every person in that household is now going to have their own computers too. Wow. Maybe you should have worked a little bit harder knowing they wanted these luxurious things. I mean, interesting. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you so much. Maybe she should sell all the stuff that she sat there with Craig saying they don't touch and get them the stuff that they want. Wouldn't that be a good idea? Hold up. She got them a Switch 2 when it launched. Oh. She bought the Switch for his birthday. Oh. Well, they each need their own Switch. Don't be silly. They each need their own computers, too. I think that's one thing if you're buying it, but if you're asking others to, well, that's some audacity. She said the new Switch doesn't even get touched. Oh. Yeah. How about a exterminator? Let's get those roaches under control first. Oh, Sherry claims she bought it. Put it on. She can put it on her Best Buy layaway shit, right? Put it on your Best Buy credit card. For the adult? Oh, okay. Didn't she pass that same judgment on mine about it being an adult? What home needs 4 computers? Could you even fathom? I love it, though. I love that she passes judgment on others and then comes out and tries to do the shit herself. And it's like, I never asked my audience to buy a brand new Switch or buy my kids a computer or latest phone or a new phone. I never asked anybody to do any of that. Never. You're judging a kid's dorm wish list. A few fucking posters and a bedding. You're judging. Oh, it's a long story, Grace. It's a long story. But to do a wish list this year? Why don't you why don't you never mind. Right, it's called credit at Best Buy. Did she suddenly forget about the credit all up? I don't know. Or just the 2 she claims? That's a good question, Shell Bell. Was it all or just the 2 she claims? Have you never heard of credit? Have you never heard of it? Hey, Bayou. Of course she wants it for free, but she was just telling us about all these outdoor things they have and, that they don't even use them. Sell all of that and get them what they want for Christmas. Gluttony is their game. Isn't that the truth? Reach his pocket. Right, but he can reach into his pocket for attorney fees. He made it very clear to us that he has plenty of money. I don't know, B-fam. She said, whatever you get me is fine. Oh. Isn't easy, actually. It's harder than what you learn in school. My mom used to work with GED students. Yeah, it was very nice that they offered a program, after school program, where they test you for the GED and get you prepared for it, prep you for it. He got 92K, yo. Right. That's the thing, though. She judges others for having these wish lists and then comes out here and says all this type of shit while also bragging how much money they got. It's kind of comical, but it isn't. That's what people are saying. But I'm pretty sure that they just sat there and had a whole dialogue about how they don't even touch the Switch and that she was going to give it to a kid that could use it. And Craig's like, sell it. Unbelievable. That's what it is, Apple Bottoms, right? Like when I heard she had a Christmas wish list, I'm not going to judge it. Do your thing. If your community wants to buy shit, let them buy it. Who cares? But you're still sitting over there mentioning a college student's dorm wish list as if it's a problem for you. But it's okay when you like, you know what I mean? Get the fuck out of here with your hypocrisy. That's why I don't judge others unless you want to be judged. Fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. She does pocket watch the shit out of everybody. Liz, thank you so much for the Venmo. How are you going to do a gift card giveaway when you're asking people for money? Oh, love it. Because she believes it takes away from them donating to her. You're right. She does. It will eventually, Gary, but don't do it. Right. She said they never played a Switch. She certainly did. She just got 10K. She has credit. Haven't y'all heard about Best Buy credit? Hey, J. Kels. J. Kels, have you ever heard about Best Buy credit, y'all? You ever heard about it? I can't stand that fucking woman, man. And here's the other thing. You're passing judgment on a child having a college dorm wish list when she has a single mother, but you're out here with a whole ass man. Do they ever go outside? No. Never. Highly addictive and sells on counters. Really, Lola? I'd never heard of that. They're selling bee-free small blue bottle energy shot. Ooh. Man. I mean, fair enough, Miss Liverberg. Fair enough. Have a great day, Robin. She said she was broke last night. I know. I love that. Sure. They probably don't appreciate what they have. Of course they don't. Why would they? None of them worked for it. Garden Glitter says, my nephew got his GED, now edits for YouTubers, making good money and starting college in the fall. Congratulations, Garden Glitter. A whole ass man. The only thing I bought that I didn't have all the money for was a house and a car. They got handed there, so spring that fall. That is awesome. I mean, you know, again, everybody lives in different upbringings, different life circumstances. It's just the audacity to judge people on that level. Just like the other day, she said calling people fat and making fun of their teeth is wrong and that you're insulting the audience until she does it to somebody else. It's like, well, wait a minute. I thought you just said that's insulting the audience. Yeah, I don't know. You should be, Garden Glitter. It's amazing. That blue bottle thing is super bad. It's killing people. How the fuck are they selling it then? I'm in no competition with anyone for Christmas. I refuse going to debt for Christmas. That's what we've been having this conversation, Apple Bottoms. Hard times. I have no credit cards, sniff. But then again, I don't need any. That's all the time, I know. 'Tis the season. Well, no, because they have the father-in-law's house and his inheritance and his Campbell soup shit. I couldn't fathom judging somebody else's wish list and then doing one yourself and openly admitting that your kids want really expensive fucking things. Then don't even do an Amazon wish list because those things can't be bought that way. It's insane to me. I mean, whatever, but do your thing, toots. Do your thing. 4 computers, $100 giveaway, has a wish list for Christmas, still has a 10K fundraiser. Especially if you're Christian, right? Thank you, Lily. That for Christmas, same day every year. Yeah. You can't expect people to pay for those huge gifts and support people's Christmases when they're trying to help people in need. They're trying to get through the economy. Well, you know, most, whatever. It is what it is. Thank you, Lee Michelle, for counting the thumbs up. She can do what we all do and get what you can. We don't beg, we just get what we want. Jesus fucking Christ. Yes, exactly, Crimes. Listen, again, I don't care. Have a wish list, have 20 of them. She already has her own wish list. Do what you want, right? But at the end of the day, it's like, don't judge others then if you're going to come out here and openly admit that your kids want these expensive items for Christmas, but then have a wish list too. Go your girl saved my contributions. Thank you so much. We're now at $10 for the thousands of dollar tuition fund. Thank you. Right. Why are you giving out 100 if you're so fucking broke? Like what? Why don't people pick up on these things? It's just me. I don't understand it. She will be claiming she never had a wish list. I know. It's the way she always does it. That's the way she always does it. Y'all, they're saying I had a wish list. I didn't have a wish list. Oh, you know what? I was thinking about it, and I just realized that I want my own computer too, and a new phone, and the latest Switch, and a computer chair. He does, Stephanie. That's the part that I don't understand. She did say she has 3 freezers worth of food. Oh no, there's actually plenty of men in this chat. You have valid reasons. Think of what may have happened. How dare the hospital question you? That's gross. Yeah, they were kind of. I mean, I get what they were questioning, but I think it's a bigger deal than what they're making it. I wonder if she spends as much on the older 3. Of course not. When she wrote to Team YouTube, she told them she had 3 kids. Oh, thank you. There it is, right? I sent the clip about selling the Switch. She definitely said that her kid doesn't use the Switch and she was going to sell it. Yeah. I didn't strike no one. It was fake. She's buying all those clothes and electronics for her and Craig. She should have been buying for the kids, putting them up for Christmas. But Lord forbid she think of that. Well, I just think it's great that she has Best Buy credit card and she can buy these gifts and then pay them off later. Absolutely. Crimes, I absolutely agree. Yeah, man, there's not hospitals around anymore. It's insane. Maybe she shouldn't have been throwing people into frivolous litigation and should have did what we said, which was, why don't you ask for a couple dollars and get your shit together? But, can't do that. YouTube, I come to you not as a creator, but as a mother of an undetermined number of children. Please tell me if I'll be getting my holiday pay this month. Oh my God. The fact that she lied and then wanted to raise $1,200, lying that she wasn't getting paid that month. Then when it came out, she was getting paid because she showed her mods the conversations with Team YouTube. She tried saying I hacked her fucking email to get that information. Like, if I hack somebody's email, you think I'm just taking an email from Team YouTube? You don't think I'm changing your passwords and shit? Come on. I was a little shocked by it because I haven't been to the hospital in a very long time. Knock on wood and bless it be that stay that way. But you mean you wouldn't give out $100 in gift card while crying you're so broke? Oh, a month ago she didn't get Snap and then it came out. I agree. Michelle, thank you so much for the PayPal. Man, thank you. 2 things can be untrue at once. You are helping the non-existent college fund grow today. I really appreciate you. I'm being honest. If I was to hack somebody's email that's attached to their channel, I'm not walking away with just a conversation they had with Team YouTube. I would change passwords and shit. I mean, who the hell is just going to take one email and be like, yeah, that hacking's done? That's stupid. But I never hacked her email either, so, Oh, wait, what was that? Did I see a new video from DTOS? Hold on. Was that new? Oh, that's so weird that it just came up now. Because I think, wait, was this it? No. DTOS, that's so weird that you just came up in my timeline like it was a new video, but it's not. I got really too excited for that. Damn it. Oh, thank you so much, Iffy Angel. If I hack you, I'm deleting everything you have, right? I mean, who would just sit there and be like, oh, yeah, I did all that deep hacking just to take a fucking email from Team YouTube? Okay. Oh my gosh. There's something wrong with her. There always been though, huh? What is this one? A deleted stream, you don't say. Oh. Oh. Never mind. It's just boring ass Brittany. Hell, she had already put out Craig's social security number. Don't you talk to Team YouTube yourself to clear all that up? I did. I talked to Team YouTube and they said that the way the pay works, if it's already sent, it leaves YouTube and is in transition to your account in like a 4-day period. So if it already left, then you'll receive it. We knew she was receiving it. Oh, yeah. Maybe it's the free giveaway memberships. That's what I just did this morning. Try to help Lily Rose. We are 3 away from 1K. Thumbs up. Let's get it. Hold on really quick. I got to take advantage of what is going on. Did they block? Did they report me and block my shit? I think they did. Wait, it can't be. Hey, Grubby Goat. Oh, we are there. Thank you, What the Croc. Oh, no. Did they get me? Gosh damn it. I can't do shit. Let me try this again. Sorry, hold on. Do you guys see the super chat button still? Maybe it's this. Jan says, I see you. I know you see me, but do you see that? All right, hold on. Maybe it's because of this. No, that's so weird. Do. What the Croc is working. I don't think they got you. But how come I can't fucking do this then? I can't do a goal. I'm just doing this really quick to see what happens because it's not even letting me do like a color, a timer, nothing. Just type. I don't know. Something happened. I can't do it. Shit. Well, hell, we should test more often. Thank you so much, Purple Dragon. Lori, thank you. Lorton Girl coming in with the 20 months. Holy shit. Thank you for being a member for so long. Thank you, Mental Block. Testing 1, 2, 3. It's working, guys. Thank you. What happens when a super chat is deleted? Where does the money go? It still goes to their pocket. I'm sending you a super chat. See if it works. Thank you, Danny. Towards college fund. Thank you so much, Looney Tunes. I guess it's just not letting me do a goal, but that's okay. You guys look out, and I appreciate that. Did she? Yeah, it's something with YouTube then. Thank you so much. Cheesy Wheezy, how are you feeling? I see in here. Thank you, Buck Cherry. Wait, can I oh, never mind. Oh, that's okay, TT Ma. Just hitting the thumbs up is much appreciated. Gary with the 4 fucking years. Thank you so much. Day one. Seems weird. Oh, you need to check in on them. Almost a year, KB. Gilly, I thought you were talking to me, girl. I'm like, what? Okay. I thought you had to start a goal before you're live. I heard that. Maybe that's what's going on, Sharon. That would make sense. Tessa with the 9 months. We had a YouTube baby. Congratulations. Thank you so much for being a member. Ontario, wonderful. I was kept. We used to have great hospitals, but they were bought by a company that bankrupted them. So they were trying to get people to buy them, but they weren't. And now we're down to like 1. Do you guys hear her? I don't. Can you hear me? Pretty in Pink, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Can we get a all right, Gilly can hear me because she just responded. So what else did we miss? We got Seth Rogers over there crying his tears again about Katie. Babe. I got you, babe. I told you when he said about the nuclear family, I knew right then and there. Here's to 4 years of up and downs of friendship. Thank you so much, Brandy. It sure has been, hasn't it? We've come a long way. Desiree got one. Olap the furry hears me. A lot of green subscribers don't have wrenches or memberships because we donate. Sassy Hound, you're all appreciated. He creeped you out? It was that weird, wasn't it? Ugh, I couldn't even watch it. My nuclear family. He wrote my nuclear family. Like, and it's so weird too, because before Sebastian disappeared, they were actually friendly, right? Oh, welcome, Ben. They were actually friendly. So where did that all turn? Like how like deep resentments? Is that why? Is that why Sebastian disappeared? That was unbelievable. And then told Queen he would strike if she stream sniping. Was she stream sniping? When he called her babe, I started cussing so loud. Him say that showed exactly the kind of abusive bastard he is. Chris, you took them away from me. You're right, Olap. I'm sorry. I forgot. I apologized already. Olap, I repeat, is not a furry. Wee! With the 5 gifted. Thank you so much for gifting. It was all weird last night. Sky, did you see VP was beating her dog again? Piece of shit. Seth blocked me with 0 interaction. He blocked me too, Revival's World. I think he went through our chats and blocked all of us. Queen is such a good troll. She trolls me sometimes. I totally believe her. Huh? I think if Sebastian told, I remember Syracuse. Syracuse says, I think Sebastian told Seth he liked Chris more when he didn't want to go live with him. He did say he didn't want to go live with him. Do you know they put in the litigation that me saying that Seth Rogers needs therapy, that me saying let her go, bro, was illegal, was defamation? Well, the vibe is all over today, BB. Come on in. Come on in. We're talking about all the things. Kelly with the 38 months. Holy shit, Kelly and the water and sub with 39 months. See, it is you guys that have been here since day one that absolutely mean the world to me. Thank you so much. That's insane. That is some commitment. She did a 5-hour live yesterday. The man in chat gives her $1,500 to buy her a car. She won't even read her chat. Oh, wow. I want a car. When he's talking about him and Katie, crazy Sebastian, I felt sick. Remember when he said on his wedding night he drank too much and went to bed with a headache? What a whip. I didn't watch, but I think it's weird considering how young she was when they met, allegedly. Amy said he was talking like Chris stole his child bride and his baby. Yeah. I asked one question last night. Steph tied me out. Oh, gosh. Hey, I think it's great. He actually went live to spread awareness about his broken heart over Katie. I think he blocked our whole chats. Like he went in all of our channels and blocked all of us dark side. Vegan, yeah, man. She was abusing her dog again, piece of shit. Yeah, imagine a man you've been divorced with for over 10 years, reminiscing about the day that he impregnated you with your child together and calling you babe after all of that. Like, ew. Gross. Go the fuck away. Like, obsessive vibes. He's just off mentally, yeah. Didn't share a flyer of a chat. I think he's going crazy because he lost all control of Katie. And I think when Sebastian finally decided he didn't want to live with him, that's when it became a bigger problem. I'm part of a YouTube Rico. I'm just kidding. I'm associated with others. But we were accused of running a Rico. I was sued by Dog the Bounty Hunter. Dog the Bounty Hunter sued me and said I was part of a Rico operation because we criticized him. He didn't even have Sebastian's picture up. Of course he didn't. For sticking with her for 9 months. Is that what he said? Oh, well, maybe that is an accomplishment when the other ones were taken to, get rid of. So maybe that is an accomplishment for him. After all, he hasn't had a woman since. Well, Michaela for a little bit, right? Kept her underwear. How much did he have to give her? Allegedly $12,000. Interesting. For being a crap parent and dog owner when he blamed the dogs instead of himself for the incident that led to giving them away. Ew. The 4-day-a-month father. BJ already said she pre-ordered the Switch too, so why did they need two? One for each kid. I was sued for operating a RICO. I was sued for my content coverage. It was a slap suit. I won under Pennsylvania slap, and they appealed it. So we're now in the appeal process, which they fucked up majorly. Challenge dog to a TikTok battle, and whoever wins has to shave their heads on a live granny. Thank you, B Tim. You're going to do that? I think that's a great idea. You guys read it here first. B Tim is going to challenge dog to a TikTok battle. I would never. RICO is a racketeering influence corrupt organization. It's like what the mobsters used to run. It's what P. Diddy was accused of. It's it's pretty fucking intense. I hear dog loses every TikTok battle he goes in with. I heard he loses them all, which is interesting because, he chased. Oh no, I had a lawyer because there was 10 of them. There was 10 plaintiffs and 2 little defendants. One was Dog the Bounty Hunter. I'll tell her what, if anything, Seth did was sound very creepy and raise some eyebrows. She should. I would do it. You can make a ton just defending people on YouTube because everybody's litigious. Rumor has it you're half bald already. They are both in here sub poaching. GW is sued for making meanie head comments as publicity for him. Write a book. 10 plaintiff and 0 brains. Don't forget, 76-year-old. You're a 76-year-old woman? Nick and dog. So Nick was playing dog. I don't believe dogs on these social media accounts. 2 defendants accused of running a RICO. And up to 15 or 50 Jane Does. This guy said nope. Granny Marlino. I still want to know what part I am. Exactly. Am I in the hot tub leading the way, or am I throwing the tennis ball down the block? I want to know my position. I guess because I was the one sued, I have to be higher up, right? So just bow before. That's all. Recognize. Bald woman with a ponytail? How can you be both? Bald and a ponytail. How to beat Rico. Dog hasn't accepted realization he's an old man. Dog is a has-been forever. Organized crime, yeah. Because she sucks, Missy Lowe. Used to in prison. Do you really? His eyes were definitely weird, shifty. And you guys all watched it on Kick? I gotta take a look, but I don't want to give a view. I think it's strange when Seth said, and Katie, you don't want me to die. It almost felt like he was saying, if I die, you won't find Sebastian, or the answers would die with him. Did he say that? And Katie, you don't want me to die? He sounds like, you ever date somebody, male or female, doesn't matter which end. Did you ever date somebody that every time you try to leave them, they pulled the whole, like, I'm going to take my own life bullshit? You ever deal with somebody like that? Like, to me, it sounds like he was doing one of those. Like, you believe me, you don't want me to die. I'll take my life. 4 years, Ben. You don't want me to die because you know what happens then. What the fuck's that mean? You'll never find your child? One more thing about VP. She's still calling the cops on Nick. Oh my God, is he even bother with her? Your ex-husband did that shit? I'm so sorry you dealt with that. It's so gross. These people are just unbelievable. Because you know what happens then? Yeah, what happens then? You don't find the missing child? Lavender says, my most recent ex. Oh, I'm so sorry. Of course he's mentally unstable. He's fucking mentally stunted like the rest of his crew. All of them have all capped off at the age of like 15 or something. It's so bizarre. Remember when this man was asked what he missed the most about his son? He said the showers he would take and his delicacies. What the fuck? Tony Mathis is busy pretending he's a private citizen. We all know where he's at. He's going to haunt her? That's what you took it as? I think he haunts her while he's alive. Can't move away from the girl he was married to 10 years ago. Yeah, he admittedly hadn't had a woman since. He's a fucking incel. He told her she knows what would happen if he was unalive. Felt like he was threatening her. Oh. Hey, Friendly Freddy. He was waking him up, was tickling him. Who the fuck tickles their 15-year-old child awake? That is such bullshit. Just like reading them a bedtime and tucking them in. You people on the internet that pretend to be these Pinterest mothers, you only come out sounding creepy. Tell me I'm wrong. These people, like when they were like, why didn't Katie, tuck Sebastian, Justin said it. Why didn't Katie tuck Sebastian to bed that night? Read him a bedtime story. He's fucking 15, you weird shit. You look like an absolute weirdo if you sat next to your 15-year-old teenager's bed. Well, look at, they're all weird, right? So no wonder they would say some shit like that. Fucking weirdos. It's creepy. I'm sorry. Right. I know what delicacies are. I don't think he knew. They did cap off at 15. I swear they did. It is crazy. It's creepy. Tickle him awake. They do act like he was 5. Where'd that go? They do act like he was 5, not 15. And then it makes you wonder, like, do they even parent their own? If that's the levels they think, like, I'm sorry, again, you don't have to dress a 15-year-old. You don't dress and get them ready for bed at 15. That is the 411 on a 911 to the 211. Baby. Are you tucking them into bed and reading bedtime stories? Put them in their jammies? Come on. You should be locked out of the rooms at that point. When my boys were teens, I never went into. Of course, you knock first. Holy shit. Ew. These people are fucking weird. What other weirdo shit did the weirdo say? How many times did he didn't show his son's picture? Nothing. How many times did he bring up his name? Anything? No. Shocker. Man, I'll tell you. I couldn't fathom why a child would run away from that environment. Sure, Lynn. 1 second. 1 second. I just couldn't even fathom. Hold on. I got to talk to Lex really quick. Okay. I made the only mistake only once. They're just all weird fucks. If I never hear the phrase, it's been too long again in my life, it'll be too soon. Anytime he can, he steers the conversation to an inappropriate place. Yeah. He was upset that he will never get to see Sebastian get married. No mention of the fact that if Sebastian may never get to experience get married, that's always how he's done things, Butter. When he was like, I won't get to see his excitement. Like, well, how about he doesn't get to experience the excitement? Like, they're fucking weirdos. It's a whole weird world. These are the same people that said, we can get you in the Me Too movement and we can take you out. Okay. They're a cleanup crew for the inappropriate, the fucking weird. That's what they are. They either frame you into a Me Too or they clean up for the Me Too. The pedos of the world. I did in Messenger, Lynn. Well, that's what was happening. That's why they made it even weirder. There's so many things that people just can't even comprehend because of the absurdity around it. Who the fuck's tickling a 15-year-old? Seriously, I couldn't even imagine turning around and tickling my 13-year-old. It's fucking weird. A 3-year-old, a 5-year-old, sure. 13, 15, 14, 15. No, don't tickle. Ew. Like when they were littles and you like cuddle them and you're tickling their back and stuff. Sure. 15? And then saying you miss when they used to shower? Pretending not to be a national one, John Doe. That's where, got to keep that private citizen look. They targeted in on Cosby, so they must have seen the same as Seth. Maybe. Got the brooms out. Put some brooms in the chat if you think it was a sweep. A cleanup crew. They didn't clean up very well. Well, yeah, that's when he was actually in Sebastian's life. Then he was homeless for a few years, living in a different state. And the big, horrible Chris and Katie helped him move to Tennessee to be closer to his son. He's very angry at the cops because he's a suspect. I guess I'd be angry too. I took up my grains. Yeah, that's a lot different. Sasha and JoJo think they got out the brooms. Oh, you debated Siley? When was that? I watched you debate Siley, and I think you won. She couldn't stand her ground. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that happened. Was that recently, Young Black? Or I guess them. Hey, Lynn.
Hey.
What was the Deeper Creeker up to, girl? You watched it?
I did. And it was creepy as fuck, dude. It was really creepy. And like, I'm one of those people who's usually comes out on the softer side of things of, oh, here's a missing child's father. I'm always a softie on those things, but it was mostly uncomfortable. So no, the only image you saw of Sebastian was one that was way, way in the background. He's still sitting in his green room, with the Christmas tree that he's always had there in the back all lit up, right?
Yeah, apparently that's like a military thing.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. And then he, with it's like a messy office setting basically.
Yeah.
And but his face is really close to the camera, and he starts out just, he always starts out sort of vanilla, but doing the like Eeyore kind of feel sorry for me thing. And then he also usually at first he's more softer on Katie, but he's harder on Chris. But then as he goes along, he gets more hateful and more hateful and more hateful. And at a certain point, what you start to figure out is that he is really angry that he can't talk to Katie without Chris around, that he can't get to Katie without Chris. And this has been my theory all along, is that, he's just been very upset for a long period of time that Chris is even there in the first place, even before Sebastian went missing, that Chris is even a factor in their lives, right? So the fact that he's more of a factor in their lives now as a part of this whole missing case, he doesn't even want Chris to have any involvement in the missing case whatsoever.
Well, they said that. That's what At Night came out and said, that Chris should take a back seat and let Seth and Katie look for Sebastian, that Chris shouldn't even be in the photo.
Right.
Which is fucking weird. You want all eyes. Like, that's what I'm saying. If this child's actually missing, why would you dictate who can look and who can't? You should be thankful anybody cares.
Right. And on one side of things, you can understand that because it's like, yeah, that's not the parent. But on the other side of things, he's been pushing for this for so long that it's concerning. It's actually concerning. Yeah. I can see why someone would want to protect Katie from him. He's fucking scary. Seth is fucking scary because at a certain point he slips and calls her babe.
Ew, like he still thinks he has this possession over her because she was at such a young, vulnerable age when they first met. Not romantically, I'm just saying, when they first met, she was very fucking young and he was very fucking older.
Yes. And it was in the context of saying, when we made Sebastian babe or something like that, when he came, and then he was like, oh, I shouldn't be calling you babe.
Ew.
Yeah, it was really super uncomfortable. And then at a certain point,
Did he laugh when he called her babe? Like, "Oh, I shouldn't have called you babe." Was he, like,
he
laughy
said
about it?
he wasn't laughy about it. He was angry.
Oh, of course. The nuclear family. Chris
Yes.
ruined his nuclear family.
He's angry. He's seething. He like it is oozing out of his pores, the anger.
Oh.
Okay. And
Over
so,
Katie being with Chris, not over his child missing, right? Or would you say both?
I would say both, but the fact that he thinks it's he said it outright. Chris took both his child and his wife away from him.
Wow. I guess he was a better daddy.
This is all Chris's fault. But then, he goes back and forth from it's Chris's fault to Chris and Katie's fault.
Yeah.
Right. And he can't let go of it. He's obsessed with it. And, people in the chat, of course,
I'm going to run to the restaurant.
okay. So of course people in the chat are supporting him, and they're going to keep firing him up to believe that whatever he's saying is right. But at a certain point, he stares in the camera for a very long and uncomfortable period of time. He stares with dead eyes, and like he wants you to know. He wants the people on the other side to know that he's there and he's angry and he's, coming for whoever he's looking at. It's really, really, really. There were other parts that were very concerning, but I think the main takeaways are that he wholeheartedly blames, first of all, Chris, second of all, Katie, and he's not going to let go of that. And what he did for me was just show motive for him to be involved, in all honesty, in the fake abduction of his son. That's what it shows to me. Mental block, he always seems under the influence to me of some sort of, depressant. I don't know what. He always seems under the influence, like something is dragging him down.
His own self.
Yeah.
I
don't know. But for the longest time, he is always showing a motive to be getting back at Katie. And I've never been able to get over the date that Sebastian went missing, and the fact that he and At Night have consistently tried to change the date, the missing date.
You're so right. Like, they put such a focus on being like, no, it wasn't, it was this day, it was the day before. But you're right. It is so weird. So Sebastian disappeared on the 8-year anniversary that Katie divorced him.
Or filed papers. Yes.
I don't believe that's a coincidence. I don't believe in coincidence when it comes to true crime. I think.
Sorry, guys. My dog.
Loud.
Sorry, my dog just knocked over a table.
That was loud.
Everything's cool. Everything's cool. My dog is scared, but everything's cool.
I just sat there like jaw dropped, like, Lynn?
Sorry, everybody. Sorry about the noise.
That's all right. But no, you're right, because the entire time, and that's exactly what I said, like from early on when Seth came out here, he immediately made it very clear how much he despises Chris and Katie. And he spent more focus trying to make them look bad than putting focus on the child that was missing. And that's why people develop the feeling they have towards them, which is you're creepy.
Yes.
Unreal.
And why is it so important for them to change the missing date?
You're right. It would seem like such a small detail in the overall case.
And mental blocks like, why are you blaming the dog, Lynn?
Yeah. That was Lynn getting angry and kicking it over.
Yeah, now I'm going to change the date that happened.
Yeah, that happened on the 18th, not the 17th.
Yeah. So I've always felt that his anger toward Katie is outsized. It's and he's been carrying this anger for at a
Years. Yeah.
at a at a level of 10 out of 10 for 2 years, and it's
You know,
bursting.
they put in the RICO filing that me saying "get therapy, bro" was defamatory, or not. I'm sorry, not defamatory. It was reasons for infliction of distress.
I'm sorry, say that again.
When I said to him, "It's been 8 years. Get therapy, bro."
Oh
They
yeah.
quoted me and said that I inflicted distress on him by saying that.
Yeah. And which goes to show how tender that is for him.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
don't forget during the divorce, the one judge, in Seth Rogers' own words, labeled him borderline abusive. He's told us that twice.
yeah, he's the one that told us.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, and he's the one that has done more to try to control any narrative around here.
Oh yeah, he hired a cleanup crew, made up private investigators, and has a spokesman that they labeled national.
Well, if you think about it, you've got, when everything first happened, he was the one who sent out cease and desists first, right?
Oh yeah, where Brittany said that's just going to take away the attention on the missing child, and it's a bad move.
Right.
Yep.
So he was the one to first send out cease and desist. He was the one to then hire a national spokesperson and a fake intelligence outfit, who then launched a RICO lawsuit with Dog the Bounty Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That is all controlling a narrative. That's all trying to control whatever other people are saying about him. Another way of saying control the narrative is try to control what other people say about you or shut people up.
Right. And that's what they tried. They thought if they could shut us up, they would fear everybody else into shutting up.
Right. And then you've got all of his other maneuvers, which is having a YouTube channel where he comes out and sad fishes for periods of time, and he's obviously seeing that those things aren't working in his favor, and he's lost. The only way now that they are continuing to try to control the narrative is by putting out what they believe is bad information on the Proudfoots.
Well, that's all they spent doing for months, isn't it? If you think about it, they put up billboards that were focused around calling the Proudfoots guilty.
Yep, leaking out these old messages, these old messages, old recordings, old compromat. They're pulling old counterintelligence tactics.
And why now, do you think? Why all of a sudden?
Well, they've been doing it, they've been doing it in spurts for the last 2 years, and maybe because it's around his birthday, maybe they're getting in front of something now. Maybe they're trying to get in front of the RICO appeal ruling.
Mm-hmm. That's what I think.
Yeah, the RICO appeal ruling is coming. I mean, remember there was a flurry of activity right before the first RICO appeal ruling.
Yeah,
when they tried to get the emergency hearing done.
Yep.
And that didn't work.
And then they did the whole, it was approved, and we're like, no, it wasn't. So he also claimed again he knows where Sebastian is.
Oh, he did?
I don't know. That's what Amy said. He also says he knows Sebastian's coming home. Sorry, not know where he is, but he's coming home. How does he know?
Right.
He's doing that again.
So I've always had a theory, you guys. I've had a theory since about 6 months into this case. And I don't know.
Angel.
I don't know who I've told this theory to, but I wrote an email to myself about it. And I'll just go ahead and say it right now. Okay.
Ooh, sounds good, Gary.
That some people know where he is, and after he turns 18, they are going to quote unquote save him. And they're going to be the big heroes.
Kind of like if you had like a homestead. Like kind of, some type of random farmland.
Right. He's hidden away. He's hidden away somewhere. And at some point he's going to be rescued, and people are going to be the saviors. And that's why they're so confident that he's going to be. However, the only thing that keeps me from having, like being completely, well, of course I can't know that for sure, right? Nobody can know that for sure. But one of the things that keeps me from being completely over the top convinced of that is how sad Seth always is.
Yeah. But do
Yeah.
you think that Seth comes on sad for the audience? Because we heard him on panels where he pretends to masturbate, and we've heard him on panels where he feels really comfortable and he gets really nasty and lets his true colors show. Do you think that Seth goes to his channel and pretends to be sad because he knows that sad brings in the donos? Is he pulling a Britney?
This is what I think, and this will also
Thank
answer
you,
the
Nasty.
question that Mental Block has, which is, I'm playing devil's advocate. You really think it would be possible to hide him so long? I think that I've learned over these few years in true crime that practically anything is possible. You just don't know what people are capable of doing.
That's true.
I feel like the people we're dealing with are really not that smart.
Look at their litigation, for fuck's sake. These people think they're the smartest people in the room, not realizing they're maybe the. I can't even say certain shit. I need a certain safe place where I can be really toxic. Just maybe like a secondary channel where, you know what I mean? I just need somewhere where I can just say all the thoughts. But basically, they're, yeah. So apparently Miss Taco says something about moving him. Did you hear that?
Me, no.
Taco says, well, let's move him. All right, I'm going to look for that. Lalo doesn't even know, but no, Seth is chopped. Yeah, that's true.
Where and when was that said?
Yeah, when was that? Oh, wait, I think they just answered me when I said that. They said, I know they said somebody has the clip. I will look for it. Damn, you guys move quick in the chat. I can't even find that answer again, unless it's just me being silly. He said,
there's a screenshot of Taco saying it last night.
Wow. He said it in chat last night. Wow. I do think Taco, I mean, look at the weird characters associated with them. I don't know, maybe because in my work, no disrespect to Ben, Grace, and Lalo in the chat, but you guys associate with some weird fucking characters, right? You associate with Joy and Rich, and they're fucking bizarre people. The Tacos, Seth, Nick, and them, they're all bizarre fucking people. In my world, I don't associate with these bizarre fucking people. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And the fact that all these people are so bizarre or surrounded around a child who's missing, it makes it even more bizarre.
Well, and that's why I give allowances for, that I wouldn't be able to do those things like hide a child away for years. But then look what happened to Elizabeth Smart. That was only she was like 9 months, but there are kids that are hidden away for years.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm getting it, Petty.
I'm just looking at all the possibilities. The other thing is that Seth went on this long ass rant, and I could tell it was a very Betty influenced rant about politics and about having to start a move. Right. Rudy Farias, exactly 8 years. So
Petty, can you comment again so I can find you so I can click it?
He went on a long ass rant about politics and getting in a new DA. A new sheriff. Almost like he was going to run for sheriff himself or something.
He said before he was going to run.
Right.
He did.
So he wants to start a movement as if he's probably the least charismatic person I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. And he's sitting there saying, let's start a movement and get a new sheriff in town.
Oh, a new sheriff, buddy. So Seth Rogers, he was a part-time dad, right? He saw his kid every other weekend. When he was about 5 years old, his mother divorced from him, met this other guy. They're all a military family except for Seth. Met this other guy and started living with him, got married to him eventually. Seth was then homeless for a while. The ex-wife, and her new husband helped him move to Tennessee so he could be in his son's life. They even helped him get a job and everything. There was issues going on with the child. He was supposed to go live with the father, biological father, Seth, but the child said he didn't want to live with him. And next thing you know, he disappeared. So it's not that he wants custody necessarily, but the timing of it all. And the child disappeared on the 8-year mark that the divorce was filed, which is so bizarre. So we don't know.
In what I want to understand is there any truth to this idea that Seth was off the clock for a few hours on the night that Sebastian was missing?
Yeah, it is supposedly verified that he was missing for like 2.5 hours. Jess just dropped Betty's channel? What? I didn't even comment. Oh, Petty's. I already have it, Miss Liverbird. Yeah, apparently he was missing for 2.5 hours the night that Sebastian disappeared.
Yeah, I would like to see the proof of that as well, Sweet Sativa.
Yeah.
I would love to see the proof so we could track that. Because the thing is what dogs.
That's what I was going to say, because even Tony verified that Seth is off camera for 2 hours.
He did.
Yeah. Tony said it. Chris Proudfoot said it. They all pretty much said it.
Because the thing that keeps people focusing, one of the things that keeps people focusing on Katie is that she was the only one at the house when Sebastian went missing. She was the last person to see him, and they always focus on the last person to see him.
Right, which is a given.
Right, which is, statistically the right thing to do, right? But that causes them to then focus in on all, the behaviors, like this last audio that came out of Chris and Katie having an issue with the PI.
That was released like months ago. That was released over a year ago, though. Why are they releasing it again?
Right. And I honestly don't feel like they are being unreasonable. I mean, is Chris yelling and, does it look great? No, it doesn't look great, but I don't think he's being unreasonable.
Does it look any better than the man who sent out C&Ds and said, you don't have my permission to use my name or my son's name to search for him?
No, not at all.
The man that did it publicly, the man that pretended to masturbate on a panel a few months after his child is declared missing, and the only reason he's on that panel?
Not at all. Within the context of everything that was going on, it looks actually reasonable. You know what I mean? Because they knew that was Seth's PI, and he had sent her to roam around and take pictures and stalk.
Right. And to be honest, again, knowing Seth's obsession with Katie, I would feel it to be uncomfortable too. But I will also say, I don't think that Chris and Katie have handled this correctly either. But there's no playbook on how to handle such a thing.
Right. Right.
That's a good question. How do we know he pretended? Well, he just basically did one of these. I'm getting close, but who knows if he was pretending? He's a creep. Chris is the stepdad. Yeah.
Well, but before they even got to the fake masturbation part, they had spent the hour before that doing all kinds of dirty talk. So he was probably turned on.
Yeah, I agree. Why are they all of a sudden coming out of their little hiding holes is the real question. And a lot of people say the holiday grifts, right? It could be, but I think there's more to it. I think they know that they're about to get a lot of publicity because once this judgment, the gavel goes down, there's people waiting to get interviews about this whole litigation thing, especially because they involve Dog the bounty hunter.
Yep.
So maybe that's why they're running.
And, when you pile up all the crap that's been going on in Dog the bounty hunter's life, that's not looking too good.
Yeah, you should worry about his own family tragedies. Stop exploiting others.
Yep. Not just in July, his step-grandson was accidentally shot by his stepson.
Uh-huh.
His son was fired from police work because he was involved in a car accident that killed the driver.
High-speed chase, wasn't it?
High-speed chase where a driver got killed. Yep.
And it wasn't necessary to take out that high-speed chase. He was also already written up prior because a man in their custody died, and then they lied to the mother that they appeared at the place and he was already dead. They basically beat the shit out of the guy, apparently, allegedly. That's still being,
Right.
I'm the defendant, Ben. I'm the runner of the RICO, allegedly.
Granny is an organized crime boss, according to them. In case
That's why my name's Granny. So you all think I'm sitting here knitting sweaters, but that's not what I'm doing.
She's the Delco. She's the boss of Delco.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, the whole thing is sickening, though. And I seen where Taco said, so let's move him. I just had it on the screen. But the thing is, what was the context? What was Seth saying when he said that? Like, what was the timestamp?
I recorded almost the entire thing.
Did you? Do you remember what the timestamp was that was stated?
I don't even remember. I don't even remember the Taco saying that. I'd have to go look it up. I'd have to. If you want, I can go off and his live might still be there. I could go try to find it.
Yeah, I don't even want to give the guy a freaking view, sadly, but I am curious. But yeah, that's. I think so. Here's the things. This was a question a lot of people had, not by blood or marriage, just by being a content creator that hurt their feelings. Sebastian, so yeah, like in a lot of states at the age of like 15, 16, a child has a lot of say in a custody case. They can decide if they want to live with mom, dad. They have a lot of say. But given Sebastian's disabilities, he may not have had the say that your average child would. So, but I do, a lot of people point out a lot of things, like the cops were at Steph's house right before Sebastian disappeared. Why? Why did that photo of Sebastian have what appears to be bruising on his neck? What happened the weekend that Sebastian told you to your face that he didn't want to live with you, Steph?
They were at the cops were at Seth's house right before Sebastian disappeared?
Yeah.
I might have known that before, but that slipped my mind.
Yeah.
Do we know why? We don't know why.
We don't know why. That's where they keep getting that whole who was playing cards, what was on the the laptop. That's where they're getting all that from. Yeah, the lady on panel has good videos that break down all of this. I was looking at like highlight one, but there's so many good ones. So just go to the ones that involve, man uses son's disappearance to attack ex-wife with army of problematic YouTubers, and just look for their photos.
Yeah, that's the one that probably has the best recap. The one with Seth's picture on it on the thumbnail.
Yeah, and the FOIA is closed due to investigation. The weekend before, Ali won't release information on the why, saying it's part of the investigation.
Interesting.
Oh, so Taco was saying let's move Seth to Sumner County to be the sheriff. Thank you, MJ's Life. I knew there had to be something there.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Could you all imagine voting Seth Rogers in as sheriff?
No.
Oh my God. I mean, look at the massive crowd he was able to gather in front of the sheriff's office when he protested.
Thank you, Big T. We just had that up. Yeah, himself sitting in a beach chair. That was pretty sad. I couldn't. I mean, I felt so bad, but I couldn't stop laughing when the camera pans and it's just him alone in the chair.
Okay. The kid that got killed was not the driver. He was innocent. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Crystal, aka Beaver Gaming.
Oh, by my
and please go tell Boston not to talk about me as a child anymore. Thank you.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, Boston. Creepy ass. Yeah, I mean, how many votes is Seth Rogers going to get? You're right. Thinking about him out there protesting. I suppose this is what happens when you chase everyone away from looking for your son. We got to play it just for memory's sakes. Don't ever forget this, the man running for Sheriff. August 27th, 2025, Seth Rogers called for a protest out front of Sumner County Police Station. This is the turnout.
I
Oh, I can't.
forgot you had that. I forgot you had that.
Look, it's like 27th, 2025, Seth Rogers called for a protest out front of Sumner County Police Station. This is the turnout.
Look at the massive crowd. He
just reeled them all in, didn't he?
He is a leader. That is a leader. That is charisma right there, baby.
There were so many people you couldn't even see them. Oh boy, he wants FBI involved when they already are. Yeah, FBI's been involved. No, it's Sumner County, Tennessee. What's also weird is that they say on one hand that they respect and appreciate the police, and then they don't. I'll never forget when Seth Rogers himself told us that they told him, we don't want to communicate with you unless through text messages, so there is a trail of communications. Hey, Jax, it's been a while. Where you been? Hope you're doing well. When the police say that to you, I think you're in trouble.
Right. You know, and there's one thing that those people over there keep saying that they think is a big, huge gotcha. And that is, this is a criminal investigation, y'all. They are being criminally investigated.
They all are.
This is, of course, there is an investigation. There's a missing child.
Right.
And they have no idea where he is. Mm-mm. And they do not have him on camera leaving his home.
Nope.
Of course there's an investigation. And in fact, Chris and Katie are saying, yeah, investigate us. They did.
I mean, everybody was shocked to find out there was a warrant search a year after Sebastian disappeared. Well, there was an arrest that came from that. So what does that tell you?
Right.
We don't know if there was a random warrant search on Seth Rogers. We have no idea.
Right. I wouldn't be surprised if there was.
He's the one that said Microsoft turned him in because his laptop had weird shit on it. Not in those words, of course, but
Microsoft turned him in because there was weird shit on it?
Bitch, I swear to God. He said that on Terry Lynn's panel, like early on. Put a 1 in the chat if you remember that. He said that basically he was playing a game with the cops that they wanted him to turn on the old laptop and he was procrastinating, like open it or something. It was really bizarre. And then he said like a Microsoft reported that laptop something. We can't find it. Somebody has to have the clip of it. I know we showed it before, but basically like, that laptop was, Microsoft reported me a long time ago on that one. It was weird.
Wow. Because they don't do that for nothing.
Child, see Sam. What was the context? The context was about moving Seth Rogers so that he could be the sheriff of the county. About hijacking games or cheats. I don't know, Daisy Duke. I just remember, Microsoft turns you in. That's fucking weird.
Well, what I've noticed is that a lot of the predators that get turned in are turned in by the platforms because they notice weird shit going on. Like Snapchat will call in a weird account to Nick Mick. So, Microsoft might see something in one of their games and turn in an account to Nick Mick.
Right. Well, you didn't investigate a little too well, Grace, because the stepfather was out of town at work. So Sebastian was home with his mother that night. There's 2 flashlights. One's walking towards the property, and then the 2 come walking out from the property. The child was not picked up on camera or anything. The father, who worked about 30 minutes away, 20 minutes of no traffic, is missing on camera that night for about 2 hours unreported. He's the first to come out and admit he's a self-named suspect in the case. And he's just overall an unlikable fucking guy. He's a very creepy. I'll put it this way. When he was asked what he missed most about his son, he said the way he would steam up the showers when getting a shower. He would steam up the bathroom when getting a shower. And then he said something weird. I would always have to remind him, what did he say about his delicacies? Do you remember that?
I don't remember the exact words. but he would.
He's creepy, man.
I do remember him saying that his favorite part of being, he said something similar to it last night, was his favorite part of the day with Sebastian was when he would come home, take a shower, come out of the shower, and they would like do their bedtime routine.
Yeah, he said something weird about it. He'd go in and Sebastian be all wrapped up in on the towel on the floor with the steam all around. It was just weird.
Oh, last night he said something.
There's a burner phone apparently, Ben, but yeah, there's a lot here, guys.
The thing he said last night was one of the things that he loved about Sebastian was in the morning he would, if Sebastian got up before him, he would race into the kitchen and he would look over or he'd go into the bathroom and he'd look over to see if Seth was awake. But if Seth woke up before Sebastian, he would go in, and his favorite way to wake him up was to tickle him.
Yeah, that's weird. You don't tickle a 15-year-old. It's fucking weird.
Right. Now, yeah, if you are a survivor of that type of activity, you know that one of the ways that they get into you is by saying, "Oh, I'm going to tickle you. I'm going to tickle you."
Ew.
It is. It just is.
It's gross.
And I'm not saying that all adults who tickle children, that's what their motive is, but that is a way of getting into it. And another way is bath time.
The two things he names and then brings up delicacies. So bizarre.
Right.
So bizarre. So I don't know if Seth did anything or not. I don't like the guy because I think he's a creepy son of a bitch. I think he's an abusive son of a bitch, and I just don't like him. But I don't know if he had anything to do with his child disappearing or not. A lot of people don't like him because of the way he acts. But there are suspicious things around this child's disappearance. So, I mean, he openly admitted that he met the mother of his child, Sebastian's mother. He looked at her when she was 12 and said, "I'm going to marry you one day." And then at 14, he was babysitting. There's a lot of things with numbers and shit. I don't know.
My recollection is he started.
He was high functioning, Ben. Very high functioning autism.
He met her when she was 12, and it was because she was babysitting his aunt's kids or something like that, right? And he would go over and hang out. And then when she was 14, he said he was going to marry her.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry. Ew. 2 years off.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, he was 10 years older. Say he's 24.
And he said that he taught her how to drive.
Mm-hmm.
And he helped her get her first driver's license.
And she lived a tough life herself.
Mm-hmm. He felt like her savior. She had a tough life. She had tough family. And so he felt like he needed to take her under his wing. This is all her. And he felt that when when they got married, he was saving her from a bad family life.
And then when she left him, after being labeled borderline abusive by the courts and her filing for restraining orders and everything, he said she ruined his nuclear family.
Yes.
And then their child disappears shortly after telling the father, Seth, that he doesn't want to go live with him as planned. The child then disappears on the 8-year mark of the date she filed for divorce.
Yeah.
And instead of spreading awareness for his missing child this whole time, he has instead spread his hate and disdain for his ex-wife and her new husband. He makes everything about him, right? Like when somebody asked him, how much does Sebastian weigh at birth? He goes, not as much as the weight now put on my shoulders.
Right.
How did you feel when you found out you're going to be a father? I thought, I'm going to be a horrible fucking father. Oh, how everything was about him. The only time this man cried is when he reminisced about his wedding day to the mother.
Yep.
Thank you, J-Dub. 18 months, girl. It's insane. Thank you so much.
He wouldn't be calling her babe accidentally or, maybe accidentally. Maybe it was for, whatever. If he wasn't still holding a torch for her and considered her his property still. Right.
And then and that's how he speaks. Like she is his property. And that's what he said. That's my son. I named him.
My son.
Yeah. He's just a creepy, creepy guy. He's just very, very bizarre. I don't like anything about him. But it doesn't mean he made his child disappear. I'll tell you that. It doesn't mean that. But there's a lot of reasons to definitely side eye.
Yep.
Oh yeah, and then so their child ends up being diagnosed with, delayments, right? So now they need medical, and instead of the father Seth going and finding a job and everything, Katie then joins the Navy to get her son medical.
Right.
He's a nasty guy. I don't know, because she won't discourage Seth publicly. They try really hard not to, which I don't know how they do that, but bless their hearts, I suppose. No, that was intentional. It's every time he speaks, it's like he's speaking to make Katie jealous or get to her. No wonder Chris would interfere on the phone calls and intercept them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Christina Rain. Yes, he called his ex babe.
If I were her, I wouldn't want any interaction with him.
Right, Chloe. Been too long. That's all I got to say. Yeah, and I feel like that's what he's doing. You ever date an abusive person? Like I said earlier, somebody who every time you go to leave, I'm going to take my life, blah, blah, blah. I feel like when he speaks, he does so to get at Katie.
Yep.
They know Thanksgiving's coming up. They know Sebastian's birthday's coming up. They know Christmas coming up, and they want to hurt her.
Yep.
Yes, Chris is closer to Katie's age. Yes. And they live a very nice life in a very nice house, and they're a successful, happy family. And then you got Seth, who needed their help to even come out of being homeless. Matter of fact, he disparages them so much publicly, but 3 weeks after the child disappeared, he calls the stepfather, Chris, and says, I don't even have a way to watch TV. They took they took the PlayStation. Rah, 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 rah. I can't even relax in my own house and watch movies. So Chris was supposed to save this grown-ass man's day and get him a fucking, a streaming app? He couldn't order an Amazon stick for $30 and plug it into the fucking TV to watch movies? It's weird.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what Steph said about that then. I didn't get it. I just thought she meant in general. It's been too long since this child disappeared. He admittedly said that he stayed absent, hadn't had a girlfriend since splitting up with Katie. But then he met this woman after his child disappeared. He had a GoFundMe, raised all this money, and he meets this younger local woman who's looking for his child, gives her allegedly $12,000 to help pay off her mortgage, and she ditches him for his YouTube friend. And then he bragged that he kept the girl's underwear. Like, the whole thing's just creepy. Then they wrote in litigation that the girl used her sexual desires like a ninja in the night. So gross. As they were divorced and she met Chris. Oh, do you remember when Seth posted those weird lyrics? And then one time he posted a really weird snuff film and said, wow, this is eye-opening.
Yeah, that whole been too long thing was so fucking weird, man.
Yeah, what was that? Tell me about that.
He kept saying, been too long. He said that like 10 different times. It's been too long. It's been too long.
And what reference? To Sebastian or to the ex?
Many different things. And he didn't say he
Michaela Bueller.
He said it several different times, but didn't. He, like Clue was saying, he just glitched the fuck out. He was just saying it over and over without referencing anything, really.
Like Brittany did when she kept reading the same fucking super chat and if I gift it. Holy
kind
shit,
of, yeah.
So weird.
He would, and sorry, my memory is kind of a terrible thing. So I don't remember the specifics of what he would say. It's been too long, but he was generally referencing it's been too long since Sebastian's been away, right?
10 times in a row with different cadence. Ooh.
Yes.
Here's the other part. So the other thing about this child missing is Steph's mother, the grandmother, comes out early on and admits that supposedly Sebastian confided in her that he was being abused, right? That's their whole story. Sebastian was being abused. The other side says, yeah, by him, whatever. But when it came down to reporting it, she said, I never reported it because I didn't want my son to get in trouble. So your grandchild comes to you, supposedly tells you that they're being abused at home. And because your grown adult son can't contain himself, you leave that child in an abusive situation. Needless to say, the mother no longer supports her own son, Seth. Even she walked away from Seth. Yeah, you don't want me to die because you know what that means. I would love to know because he never paid child support. Brittany is a dick sucker who started defending Seth because others weren't. And because the people that she didn't like were talking bad about him, she started defending him and then joined him as a co plaintiff, accusing me of RICO. She's a bubbling fool who falls asleep every live stream. She's a horror cow, is what she is.
I can read it from the transcript where he was talking about been too long.
Let's pull it up. You got it? Pull it up.
I have the transcript right here.
Should we play it? Does it matter to hear his voice, you think? Let's do it that way.
We can play it.
Yeah, let's play it. Share screen. I got you.
All right. So I've never shared a screen from. Okay.
See the little computer looking thing with a plus sign?
Yep, I got it.
Okay. Just make sure you have it full screened.
Yeah.
Okay. We're ready.
Right. So let me pull it up to the. Oh, let me get to the been too long part. Sorry. Hold
that's okay. Here, I'll take you down until you do. And the other weird thing about all of this is that after his child disappears, this guy then wants to put on his license that he's Indian and was teaching his child. There's just a lot of weird shit. Then he comes out wearing the braids and weird. He named the stream "Been Too Long" too. Oh my gosh, he thought it was a hook song to his sappy love tune. It's been a long
I'm at that point. Sorry, my dog is barking, but I'm at that point in the transcript.
Okay, just full screen us and we're good. Yeah, he got kicked out of base housing for being abusive towards her, allegedly.
My son's name is not in this title.
Of course,
it's just been too long. Because there's a lot of stuff that's just been too long. You know, there's just a lot of stuff that's just been too long. There's been too long. Been too long. Let's go with been too long. How about it's been too long since I've seen my son? It's been too long since I've been able to talk to my ex-wife.
Oh, that's weird.
About my son.
That's weird.
That's what he keeps getting stuck on is I don't get to talk to my ex-wife without talking to Chris, without talking through Chris. We'll keep going because he keeps going through this.
Well, we could
How
too, Grace.
Should I keep going?
Well, Grace said to be, in his defense, I could see him being upset about his son being missing. We could too. And we've given Grace on that. But this guy barely mentions his missing son. He always talks about the ex-wife.
Yeah, he talks more about the ex-wife and the stepdad than about Sebastian.
So the RICO was Seth Rogers, his national spokesman, Tony Mathis, this guy named Nick the Hat, Hong Si, At Night Media, Dog the Bounty Hunter, and a few little misfits, including Brittany, Betty, whatever. They filed civil RICO against us, but they quoted criminal law throughout. They had an incompetent attorney and they fucking lost. So they tried for civil, but they kept quoting criminal law. They're just idiots. His son's missing.
And whenever he does talk about his son, it's more about him than him,
right?
Him than Sebastian.
Like I miss my son because I won't get to see him go fishing.
He does a whole rant about that. I don't get to go fishing. I don't get to put him to bed at night. I don't get to hear him, play games. I don't get to blah, 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 blah.
Right. Me. I.
Me. Right.
It took 9 months, Katie, for you carrying our son.
See my son.
9 months, over 9 months. Because Sebastian was late. It was more than 9 months that you carried him because Sebastian was late.
So fucking
Sebastian was born on December 7th, 2008. And
is this slow down?
5 days late.
What?
Is this slow down or is he speaking this way?
That's how he's speaking.
Wow. Maggie Marie, welcome back. Thank you for becoming a member. Okay, I thought he was slowed down. That's really bizarre.
No.
Yes, Seth, it usually takes women 9 months to carry a baby. Congratulations.
Here, I'll make sure it's. See, it says normal.
Yeah, it does. All right. Let's.
Yeah.
5 days late.
I bet you blame Katie for that.
All right.
Yeah.
5 days late. So many complications. And I was there with you for every one of them. And I was there with you for the whole pregnancy, babe.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
There it is.
Oh.
Let's hear that again.
For the whole pregnancy, babe. I'm sorry. I shouldn't call you babe. I was there the whole time, Katie.
That's fucking weird.
In my opinion, Sebastian was a tool for Seth to keep his claws into Katie. That's what I think.
Yep.
All right. So he says it's been too long, like 10 times. Lady V just says Seth referenced himself 340 times. He referenced Sebastian 48. Play a little bit further from where you're at right now, though, Lynn, where he just said that about Babe. He must be. It
I
sounds
was
like
there the whole time. You and I created this wonderful being that was gifted to us by God.
told him he needed therapy. This is why.
And Sebastian decided that he did not want to come out when the doctor said he was supposed to come out.
Oh, pause really quick, Lynn.
He was stubborn before he even.
That's the other weird thing this guy said. He said it two different ways. He said when his son was born that he smirked and pissed on the doctor. And I said, yep, that's my son. Then another time he said he came out and pissed on the doctor. And I said, he's marking his territory.
Yep.
The child was 15, Ben. He turned 16 as he was missing. But again, he was autistic, although high functioning. He had another chromosome deletion that impacted his abilities as well.
Yeah.
I think all parents failed him, just to be very clear. I still think there's parts that each parent did that could have been done differently, but that's part of parenting. We don't get handbooks on everything. Oh, it was so gross. When he pretended to self-pleasure, it was so fucking gross.
Yeah. And
he'll be 17 in December, yes.
Not only did he pretend to self-pleasure, but he wasn't on camera. His missing child was the avatar on the screen.
Yeah. So he was only on the panel because he's this child's father, right? And a lot of people think, especially the person whose panel he was on, that if they have the father on, they'll get higher views. So this guy's up there to advocate for his missing child. And instead, him and his friends are talking like they're in a locker room, which, each their own with that, right? But it is a female's panel, and he's only on there because his child's missing. So when you hear this guy pretending to masturbate with his son's photo on the screen and making jokes like that, it's off-putting. You know what I mean? Then he goes on national TV and he acts like he's this whimpering flower of a father. And it's like, no, you're a piece of shit. You're gross, in my opinion.
So in my theorizing, when I say if Seth had anything to do with Sebastian going missing, why would he do it? Well, one reason would be to get Katie closer to him. In tragedy, parents come together, right?
And what's the first thing his cleanup crew said? Take a back seat, Chris. This should be Katie and Seth working together. You shouldn't even be in the photo.
Right. So it creates a reason for the grieving parents or the parents in crisis to come together and maybe to get back together, like in the movies, because we know that people like Seth live in this gamified fantasy world where like in the movies where
incel land.
Right. Now, again, could I prove this? No, but he seems like the type that would have that kind of a motive and act on that kind of a motive if he had the means to do it.
Well, and he also made bizarre comments like, I know where he's at. I just don't have the means to get him. So Yeah.
Sapphire says Seth agreed to take Sebastian when school ended, no reason to hide him. But then Sebastian said he didn't want to go there.
Well, and that's also incorrect too, right, Sapphire? Because Seth claims that he had Sebastian enrolled in school already, but then at the same time, they all claim that Sebastian was supposed to be homeschooled. So it never made sense. But the fact is, Sebastian was supposed to go live with Seth, and then Sebastian said he doesn't want to. And when that came out publicly, Seth tried to walk it back. Well, that's what he said in front of you, but he told me to himself that he wanted to. And it's like, no, he didn't. And I think that hurt this egotistical man's fragile ego even further.
Yep.
Oh.
Postcards from the edge. Are you saying we aren't asking the right questions, or
No, that's what Steph said.
Gotcha.
When people were interviewing him, he got all smirky and said, "You're just not asking the right questions," with a big smirk on his face. He loved the attention he got off his missing child. He fucking loved it. Then he created a channel, called him Seth Rogers, father of missing Sebastian Rogers, and doesn't even post his child's fucking photo on it. You know what he did post? A very bizarre, what are they called? Snuff film. Very bizarre snuff film. And then he posted lyrics to a song that was really bizarre and creepy. Oh, the guy just comes off very creepy, but then in front of a different audience, he comes off like this loving, caring father who just wanted best. But no. Anyhow, he surrounded himself with a bunch of creepers.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you want me to keep playing it?
Oh, yes, please. Sorry.
Came out. He was like, nah, I'm not going to listen to you.
What?
Nope, not going to come out. I'm going to stick around. Came out December 7th, which happens to be my dad's birthday, too. So he comes out December 7th. Pearl Harbor Day. December 7th, my dad's birthday, and we are blessed with this miracle.
He just never moved on.
Why is it, Katie, that in order for me to speak with you, I have to talk to this thing that you have decided is your husband now?
You've decided your husband now?
He had nothing to do with you and I.
Yeah. So I can't talk to you without speaking to this thing you've decided is your husband now.
Oh.
So she doesn't get her own agency in his mind. You know, she doesn't get to make her own choices. She's not an adult. She's still a child in his eyes that he owns, that he gets to control in some way, shape, or form, right? That is really, really concerning that he's in that mindset.
Well, it's really concerning that it's almost been 2 years, right? That Sebastian has vanished. It's really concerning that his main concern is speaking with Katie. That's what's concerning. Either you hate Katie and she's the devil herself and she harmed your child, or you want so desperately to communicate with her, but you can't really have it both ways.
And that's the issue, is that how angry will he get that he can't have it both ways?
That's what I said. Look, Grace just said it seems like a lonely guy who got a lot of attention out of nowhere and can't really handle it. He went on this high horse riding this. He's a guy who has never been recognized in life or in the world, right? He's the guy you walk past every day, you don't look at twice unless he gives you a creepy vibe. And all of a sudden, he was placed on this public pedestal where people were telling him he was the best dad ever, he's the best husband ever, he's best all of these things. He does sound like Wings of Redemption. And then he rode that high horse of like, it's my son. This is my show. He kept saying his son's disappearance is his show and he's calling the shots. And then, like a hot potato that he is, the people fucking dropped him because they no longer brought him views. And I told him the day would come when you would be a regular nobody in the chat because you ruined the awareness on your missing child and nobody wants to associate with you anymore. Your so-called plaintiffs, co-plaintiffs, your friends, they all dropped him because his son's no longer a trending topic. And he got all this money off of it. He's just a dirtball. So yeah, you're right to an extent. Sorry. But, and now he sits in his lonely house by his lonesome, fantasizing over the girl that escaped, that ruined his nuclear family because he remains an incel that nobody wants to fucking bother with. Every woman that helped search for his son, he turned away by being creepy to them. He's so nasty.
And it's very concerning that he can carry on this level of anger. Like
It's
upset.
been like 9-10 years. That's why I said get therapy, bro. She don't fucking love you anymore. Get therapy.
Yeah.
But that's not even true, cowgirl, because there are people that have spoken to Katie without Chris there. Katie won't speak to Seth Rogers, a suspect in her son's disappearance, an ex-husband who she had to get away from with restraining orders that was kicked off. I mean, she won't talk to him without her husband being there, but she does speak to others. I'm sorry, that narrative is false.
And the PI that they were recorded with, that PI was sent there by Seth. Okay.
Right.
So
the same way they, yeah. I mean, yeah.
So that, I mean, I honestly don't blame Katie for not wanting to be anywhere near this guy. He's fucking intensely angry at her.
Right.
Hasn't let her go. How far is he willing to go to express his anger?
Right. To get his revenge or, get her attention.
Yeah.
That is a very valid question. Can you hit back 5 seconds so we can hear where he adds in the whole Chris part?
Yep.
And sorry, people are just passionate. That's all it is. I don't necessarily disagree that Chris has attributes that I personally don't like, that people may find, aggressive or off-putting or whatever. I get why people feel that way. I just don't get why people have to compare it to Seth. They can both be pieces of shit. It doesn't have anything to do with Seth.
And why blame Katie for their attributes?
Right. Why didn't Seth man up? This man used to sit around playing fucking video games in his underwear. Okay. He's just bizarre. He's a loser. His very young wife that just had a baby has to go off and serve our country to get that child insurance because he's too busy playing video games, sitting on the couch naked. I'm sorry. I said underwear. The reports all say naked, but
naked.
I just think Katie outgrew him, and I don't think he could stand that because I think they're all stunning.
Right. All right, here we go.
This thing that you have decided, in order for me to speak with you, I have to talk to this thing that you have decided is your husband now. He had nothing to do with you and I creating Sebastian.
I'm wondering if he thinks he's still is somewhere in his mind that even though they're divorced, he's still her husband.
That's why he said who you decided is now your husband. Right. Like, bitch, right. I'm your husband.
Right. In some, theology that he lives by, he's still her husband and she should be living by that.
Right.
Yes, this was last night, Momo Shark. Yes.
I've spoken openly about all of them, cowgirl, but to be fair, the main reason I trash Seth is because he frivolously sued me. So I am a little biased. Sorry. Sorry, I have to tell you the truth here. Personal issues.
I've had a horrible feeling about Seth since day one, and he just keeps
Solidifying it, doesn't he?
he keeps confirming it and validating it every time he opens his mouth, to be honest.
I agree.
He has nothing to do with Sebastian. He had nothing to do with you and I having a son. He had everything to do with us not being together now.
That's the only reason she left you. You sound like Brittany J. All your life problems are because of Chris, and all of hers are because of me.
Right. Exactly.
Oh.
So all his worldly problems all fall on Chris, every single one of them. Right.
Right.
Has everything to do with Sebastian not being here now.
Block him.
Has everything to do with.
Should I keep going?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay.
You and I not being together has everything to do with not being a family. And that's fine. It's okay.
Really?
It's okay with him having everything to do with destroying the family that you and I had. That's fine. That's fine. But why is it that I can't sit there and speak with you about trying to find our son unless I speak to this thing that thinks he's a man? Because let me give you my opinion. Just mine. Just my lonely little opinion.
Maybe you should be sued for it, Seth.
Right.
Not only that, but this guy spent the past year plus painting Katie to be this horrific monster. And he's wondering why she won't pick up a phone call from him. Really?
Right.
Huh. Samuel didn't help.
Yeah, the person that paints her as a vicious, murderous, cheating whore, right? Mm-hmm. Should pick up the phone and have a private phone call with him just so that he could frame her again. Right. And lie about her again, right?
Right. The woman he accused of abusing their child and all that. Alicia says, I bet if Katie got back with Sebastian will appear.
Right.
Plenty of people suspect the stepfather, but the stepfather was traced out of town. Like the police followed his steps. The police don't suspect the stepfather. Others do because this guy tried to make him sound, Listen, would it be frustrating? Yeah. But does that mean you go publicly and disparage someone and say, hey, why won't you talk to me? No. Plus, he was okay with it before Sebastian disappeared. He was okay with not being in direct communication with Katie and only speaking through Chris. And there's a reason for that. And he knows that reason, but he don't want the internet to know it. So now he uses it as a victimhood.
My kids have a stepmom. I don't like her very much. But I also recognize the good that she's done in their lives. You know what I mean? Like, I recognize that they like her.
Right. And I can get maybe, I can understand the resentment and all of that. What I can't understand is that Seth takes no accountability for the position that he finds himself in. Yeah. It's not just because of Chris.
And I also understand Seth's frustration, but he's not acknowledging how it got to be this way.
Right.
Like his role in causing her not to want to talk to him.
Right. He thinks it's all just because of Chris.
Right.
But Seth also knows that's the narrative that people have as well, right? Like, oh, Chris is so controlling. Katie can't even speak to anybody. So he's feeding that narrative.
Right. Right.
So I disagree, Chloe, because apparently prior to Sebastian disappearing, he did not communicate directly with Katie then either. And if he didn't do what he did in the very beginning, which is go against the agreement they all had, which was no GoFundMe, things could have been differently. So I don't know. I mean, it all goes back to the choices he made. Why is it such a problem now? Why do you even want to speak to her if she's such a monster?
He's shown himself not to be trustworthy from the very beginning, especially with that, oh yeah, let's not do a fundraiser. And then 3 days later, there's a fundraiser.
Well, and then dropping that recorded call of Chris on the day that he's in there to get custody of his other daughter. They dropped that purposely on the internet, knowing that was the date. It's all a performance. It's just, I wouldn't trust a thing about this guy either. Oh, I was always told differently, Chloe. I was always told he never spoke directly to Katie. Huh. Well, that's changes a little bit, but I still think it's warranted. I wouldn't want him speaking to me at all. Contact my attorney. I have nothing to say to you.
Yep.
Oh, that's interesting, Chloe. I was told differently.
I mean, in all honesty, I've seen people not talk to people for lesser reasons.
That's true. I mean, they all sat at the same kitchen table and had a discussion with Sebastian. So they all co-parented up until this child disappeared. Well, and that's the other thing, right? His stupid group of people he hired said that he was in Venice kidnapped by the Venezuela gangs. Then it was, oh, he's kidnapped by a priest, and then it was, oh, he's in the sewers they had all these weird fucking theories. And that's the father's hired private investigative group that put that all out. Oh, we found him. Yeah, he's in Mexico, he's in Idaho, he's here, he's there. They made it all a fucking game, a soap opera. A drama-filled fucking entire situation based around this poor missing child whose name rarely gets spoken anymore, included by his own biological father.
Yeah. So,
Arkansas this week.
Well, do you want me to keep playing it? There is.
Oh yeah, I'm going to hear what he says here. Yeah.
Okay. While it's playing, I'm going to go and look for the part where he says something about you don't want me dead because you know.
Oh yes, please.
Okay.
As a man, if any male wants to sit there and look at another man's wife and decide that he is going to take that person from that other guy and court them, which I don't even think he courted you, but if another male is going to look at a female that is married and decide that they're going to take them from another person that's married,
like you did with Michaela,
that male needs to remember that when he takes that female from that male and that female has a child, he needs to remember that he's not taking just the female. He is also needs to be responsible for protecting that male's offspring with his life.
Yeah.
Because
didn't he teach Sebastian how to ride a bike? And then of course Seth came out and said he didn't know how to ride a bike. That's an AI video, but it was real.
I mean, from what I could tell, Chris was being a stepdad. You know, maybe he wasn't being a perfect stepdad, just like my kid's stepmom is definitely not a perfect stepmom, right? I certainly don't like a lot of the things that she's done with my kids. Right. But she's also not a horrible, horrible, horrible person.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I guess he's saying, you know, he should have protected him with his life. He was out of work. He was out of town at work the night Sebastian disappeared, right?
Right.
It's so icky because obviously I can see where Seth would be like, oh, Chris didn't do enough. He didn't parent enough, blah, blah, blah. But again, they all co-parented together. They all made plans together. So why, you know, why all of a sudden, I don't know.
Well, and what were you protecting Sebastian with your life when you left him overnight for 12 hours at a time playing online games, Seth?
12 to 16 hours, don't forget it.
Yeah. I mean, we always that's always forgotten, and people don't mention that, you know, on the green team side of things.
Right.
So do you want to hear the part where he says, "You don't want me to die, Katie"?
Yeah. And Seth had the ability to talk to Katie before Sebastian disappeared, like Clue said or whatever. But ultimately, if Katie doesn't want to speak to Seth now, especially, why? Like this idea that he's entitled. I say this about everybody, and I'll say it again. You are not entitled to people's personal time. They don't owe you a conversation. They don't owe you anything. Same here. Katie doesn't have to talk to Seth to try to find their missing child. But I do wonder if Katie did speak to Seth, would you come a little bit close? Would she come a little bit closer, Seth, to finding her missing child?
Yeah, I personally don't think that Seth and Katie talking is key to finding Sebastian.
Maybe in Seth's world it is, right?
Well,
maybe. And that's the
Maybe.
other thing. When Seth was asked to take Sebastian almost a year prior, he said, I'll give him a year to get his shit together at school. He didn't want to take him.
Right.
He felt like he was being abused and neglected and all these things. What did Daddy Dearest do to stop it?
Well, the only way that Seth talking to Katie is key to getting Sebastian home is if Seth is holding that over her head and knows
That's
where
what I'm
exactly
saying.
where. Right.
Mm-hmm. You know what else just dawned on me? Remember when Seth was like, you weren't man enough to procreate a boy, Chris. This is my hair. This is my son.
Right.
Like if you have daughters, you're not man enough to produce a boy. Thank you,
Right.
Ellie. We did it again, my friend. How, you know what I mean? Like, just the way this guy speaks is very like outdated, old fashioned, incelish. And for
Yep.
him to sit there and say, like, you didn't court her, I don't believe he courted you. You fell asleep
Courted?
on your wedding night because you drank too much wine and you had a headache.
Is grooming courting somebody? I'm sorry. Is that? I mean,
Who the fuck? He's like 30. The dude's like what? What? How old is he? In his 40s? Talking about courting, nuclear family. The fucking pills got a hold of him, and I'm talking black, red, orange, green, whatever those incel pills are.
did he
That's
ask
weird.
permission to marry Katie? Did he go to the father and
That's a good question. I do know. Shortly after, 18, married and pregnant. So I guess that's his way of courting. But he had her ride in the back of the truck when it was raining because Sebastian was a newborn in the front, right? So Katie, the young mother, just gave birth, is riding in the back of the truck. This guy's going to tell other people how to. I think if you. Never mind. Go ahead, Lynn. Just save me from myself and push play.
Okay. I'm saving you from yourself. I'm hitting play.
You have no clue what I'm willing to do to get it back either. I will fight. This will never be a cold case. As long as I'm alive, this will never be a cold case. I'll never let it go cold. Only way it'll be cold is if I'm dead. And Katie, you don't want me to die. Because you know what happens then.
The fuck's that mean?
You tell me.
The only way it becomes a cold case is if I die, and Katie, you don't want me to die because you know what happens then. How do you interpret that? I don't even know how to fucking interpret that other than the answers die with me.
You know what? Let's go back a little bit further to this. Let's go back a little bit further.
We need a little contextual clues or something.
Put them in power, and then they sit there and they stomp all over us. And who suffers from it? Our children suffer from it. Our children suffer from it.
Yeah.
We have an epidemic from it. 400,000 missing children in the United States of America.
Mm-hmm.
My kid is one of them.
That's sad.
Should be a lot of upset parents out here. Should be a lot of upset parents out here.
There are.
There should be a lot of upset aunts and uncles. Should be a lot of upset teachers. Should be a lot of upset people.
Yeah.
Here's my thing, right? A lot of these parents that children go missing, they don't get nearly, not even a percentage of the awareness on their missing children that Seth Rogers was granted when it came to Sebastian. And as strange as it sounds, it is a blessing to get that type of awareness because some parents would die for it, right? Yeah. Seth not only got that awareness, but then he tried to silence it early on by sending out C&Ds. Then he goes and silences it even more by sending out RICOs against people, right? Then to top it off, he has this entire channel that was solely built off his disappeared child, and he doesn't even utilize it to post that. I've seen YouTubers put more care and concern into posting daily photos. Trevor Lee, who Seth Rogers threatened to beat the fuck up for doing so, because he didn't have his permission to talk about his son, put more concern into his missing child, and he's going to sit here and say there should be a lot of angry people. Why aren't you protesting every day, Seth? Why aren't you out here posting a photo every day, Seth? He comes out to disparage Katie and Chris, and then he goes back into his little hiding hole. It's fucking weird.
Yep. And the only image you can barely see in the background of Sebastian is way back there. You see that?
Yeah.
That's all he has.
Seth Rogers seems the type of person that I'm very familiar with because I see it in Brittany as well. If you unclothe who they really are, they will spend the rest of their time trying to disparage you. They don't want people to ever see that what you're saying could be factual. So they will come out here and try to make you look like the biggest piece of shit to avoid you hearing what that person, to avoid people hearing what you have to say. And I feel like that's what he does with Chris and Katie. Katie's so horrible. Don't listen to anything she says, guys.
Right.
I don't know,
Exactly.
Lorton girl, but he don't sound right. All right, let's hear it, girl.
Shouldn't just be me.
It's not just you though. I mean, that also drove me crazy is how does he know that there's not angry people out here? He's so wrapped up in his own head that he doesn't know that there's been people shouting from the rooftops for 2 years about this kid.
Well, here's the other thing, right? It's just him out here. But wait a minute. How come you're coming out now after Vinnie Politan just did a stream? How come others on the world had to bring your son awareness again for you to come out of your little hiding hole and even speak?
Yep.
Where's your green team? Where's your paid investigators?
Yep. They're
Where's
just
your
giving out
co-plaintiffs?
misinformation.
Right.
If we are not willing to band together as a people to take care of the problem with our children going missing, being trafficked, being abused, who's going to take care of us in the next generation?
It's all about him. Our children's missing. Holy shit. That right there is exactly what I was some Seth Rogers up to be. My child's missing. So who the fuck's going to take care of me in my elderly years? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yep.
Who gives a fuck that our children are missing? They don't get to live their lives. They're being trafficked. They're being harmed. They're being murdered. So who's going to take care of us? That's his fucking concern. What a self-absorbed fucking piece of shit. This right here is why people don't like this pig. Holy shit. I can't believe that even followed. That was his follow-up.
Yeah.
Not my poor babies out there cold. My poor babies out there alone. Our children are vanishing. No, who's going to take care of our generation? Oh my God. Can you rewind that, please? I'm sorry. I will mute myself. Thank you, Momo.
Being abused. Who's going to take care of us in the next generation? The problem with our children going missing, being trafficked, being abused. Who's going to take care of us in the next generation?
So it's not a problem that it just ruins their lives, that it ruins their brains. It makes them crazy. It turns their lives into day after day after day obstacles, that it hurts them. It hurts you. It hurts you because who's going to take care of you in your old age, right?
I am flabbergasted. What this right here describes this man. What a selfish piece of shit you are. Oh my God. So Sebastian was only around to benefit Seth, right? To make Seth feel better. Seth felt more like a man because he was able to produce a boy. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. The shit that Betty would say about Sebastian, calling him like the R word and all these cruel things and all. I wonder if that's how Seth felt. I wonder if it affected how you felt as a man, Seth. You piece of shit. What a piece of shit. Pushing that boy onto getting girls' phone numbers and oh gosh, unbelievable. Yeah, real men make her. She's a her to my. Ew. Real women are in the kitchen getting pregnant.
Yep.
There won't be another generation. there won't be another generation. They'll be gone.
His legacy doesn't live on. This is real. Unbelievable.
Maybe it's just different for me. Maybe it's different because I only have one child.
Yeah.
Maybe it's different if you have multiple children. But to me,
look at the depravity in his eyes and his face.
He looks like a drunk guy at the bar, to be honest.
Yeah, crying in his beer.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think that if I had 5 children and one went missing, it wouldn't matter.
It wouldn't matter.
Right.
Wouldn't matter if I had one.
Sorry, to clarify, Deborah, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the way Seth's logic works. That I'm not saying that I feel that way. I'm saying the way Seth projects his logic out here. I feel like that's why Betty was making the remark she was, because she heard it from Seth. Sorry, you can push play.
Gone missing or none gone missing. Gone almost 2 years, gone almost 2 minutes. Missing for 2 minutes, missing for 2 years. Missing is missing. I'm scared to even share stories about my son because I know you hate channels out there just going to sit there and twist it.
No, you've twisted them. You twisted all of Katie's stories
And
with
you know
her son.
what? I don't care.
You do care. You wouldn't have said that. Oh, I see, Deborah. Okay. I wanted to clarify.
You don't care so much that you sued people for RICO. Okay.
Right. And not only that, but if you didn't care, then why aren't you sharing them? Or is the truth that you don't have any recent stories to share and all of your stories are odd and from years ago?
Right.
Did he? Missy Lou? Good on him if he did. Good on him. He threw a lug to BJ about having Sebastian's name in the title while doing drama. Good on you, Seth.
I don't care. I didn't get to see my son. I don't get to see him. Get to hear him.
That's true, Mick.
I don't get.
Me.
Yep.
I don't get.
Yep.
I don't get to hug him. I don't get to make him his favorite meal. Betty's right when it comes to the petition. There is the petition that's online. But the petitions that need to happen are the ones that need to be signed in ink. The ones that I can turn around and take to an attorney and serve the DA's office.
Like the anti-slap?
And serve the sheriff's office.
That doesn't even make sense. Sign a petition so I can get an attorney to serve it. What?
He's taking more advice from Betty. You know how it goes.
Yeah, how'd that work out in the whole RICO?
Yeah. And her lawsuit with Queen, right?
Right.
Right.
She's a legal beagle, that one.
Went to the bathroom, brushed my teeth, washed my face. I'm just looking in the mirror. It just hits me. Sebastian would get up and he would run from his room to the bathroom to use the bathroom. Then he'd wash his hands and he'd run across the hallway back to his room. And every time he did, he'd look over to see if I was awake when he ran. To see if he would wake me up, because he knew that if he woke me up, that the next thing he would do, he knew that the next thing that I would do
is what, beat his ass?
I would come into his room, and if I woke up, I was going to come get him.
Can we pause that really quick?
Maybe he was scared of you, Seth.
That is exactly what I'm going to say, because we know that this man admitted that he would work 12 to 16 hours and then come home and sleep. So Sebastian, who he tells us was at the mentality of a 10-year-old, is supposed to be home alone for all those hours, and when daddy does come home, he has to make sure not to wake daddy up. This is the same guy that Sebastian reported CPS said he was going to beat his ass. So he showed him a bloody game, to show him what a real ass whooping was, son. You need to learn how to speak, blah, blah, blah. So if he ran, he's running to the bathroom and running back to avoid you.
Right.
This is why you shouldn't share these stories, because it doesn't sound good. Sorry, Revival, but I had to finish the sentence, because we all know and he's realizing now that he shouldn't have said what he said. So he's going to back it up with something cheesy that we all know isn't fucking true, like tickling his son in bed, right? Is that where this tickling comes in?
Yes.
Yeah. Quick cleanup crew there, Seth.
Right.
No, he meant it. Get him. No child's running to the bathroom and running back and not being afraid. Come on.
Yep.
That's probably why I've always said I can see why Sebastian would run away.
Yep.
And the best way I like to wake him up is
Thought he was already awake.
I tickle him because I love to listen to him laugh.
Uh-huh.
There's nothing better than him just laughing. There's just nothing better.
So it's a different story, because Sebastian was already awake. So he's not tickling him to wake him
You
up.
took that away from me, Chris.
Chris took it away.
Yep.
You took that away from me.
Look at that. Look at that.
Oh. So he's going back to when Sebastian was a little boy.
You took that away from me, Chris.
Again.
You took that away from me.
Oh, listen, I'm sorry. If I was Chris and Katie, honest to God, I don't agree with abusing court systems and all of that. If I was Chris and Katie, I'd take this fucking video and get an order against this guy. He's creepy. The way he's looking at the camera right now. How far is this man willing to go with his anger? Exactly, Sherry. He has stopped everybody that gave a fuck to look for his child. He served everybody that was boots on the ground in Tennessee with C&Ds and said, you don't have my permission to use my son's name to search for him.
Yep. And then it's right after that we're coming up to the point where he says, if I die,
that's
you know
right.
what happens. So
That's
let's keep going.
You took it away from me, Katie.
Ooh.
You took that away from me. I want it back. And I will fight for everything I can to get that back. You have no clue. You have no clue what it's like. You took that away from me.
You know what I'm thinking now, Lynn? Can you pause this really quick? And then rewind it back, because I really interrupted. But I'm thinking, and we've noticed this, when the photos of Sebastian came out, he was much younger looking.
Yeah.
When the stories that Seth shares about Sebastian, he's much younger. Did Sebastian, and I said this in defense of all of the parents when people say, they don't have any photos that are recent. Well, Katie has tons and dozens and hundreds of photos. We're not entitled to all of them, but they do have recent photos. But as kids get older, they don't want you taking pictures. I have to sneak mine. I just snuck a picture of my daughter and son eating together the other day. Like you got to sneak them. They get to an age or whatever. Was Sebastian not at that QC age anymore, Seth? Was he not at the age where you could run in and tickle him to wake him up?
Yep. For sure.
He says a lot of weird things, Lynn.
Yep. I think he thinks that Chris and Katie took away that time with those years long ago, before he even went missing.
Yep.
Yep. And the thing is that those years would be gone regardless of whether he went missing or not. Kids grow up and they aren't, even when they have autism, they grow up, they get friends, they get socialized. They don't want their mommy and daddy to tickle them out of bed anymore. I'm sorry.
They start having boundaries and feelings and emotions that maybe Seth wasn't ready to handle, like Sebastian facing him and telling him, I don't want to live with you.
Yes. And you as an adult, as a parent, have to be aware that at certain points when you're at certain points in your child's life, they need boundaries. You need to exercise boundaries on your child.
Like knocking on their bedroom door before entering would be one.
Exactly.
I mess with my son all the time. I'm like, "Where's my little buddy? I miss you." You know, like, come hang out with me. And I have to respect the fact that he's at an age where he's too cool. You know what I mean? Like, he's finding
Right.
himself. I don't think Seth was ready to accept that, this was it. Sebastian's coming of age. He doesn't want to live with him. In a few more years, he has no reason at all to have contact with Katie regarding Sebastian because he'll be technically an adult. And on one hand, Seth told us when he was asked, was Sebastian ever been able to live on his own? Seth's response was very interesting when it came to that. I forget it, so I'm not going to repeat it, but I remember being interested by it. I think it was on Betty's interview.
Say it again. What was the question?
The question was, will Sebastian ever be able to live his life alone, like on his own?
Oh, right. I don't remember the answer to that.
I remember it being interesting.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to hit play.
You took that away from me. You took it away from me, Katie. You took that away from me. I want it back. And I will fight for everything I can to get that back. You have no clue.
You have no clue.
You have no clue what it's like. Yeah.
Wait a minute. She's his mother and he's missing. You don't think she has a clue?
I don't think he's talking about him missing, Lynn. I think he's talking about when Sebastian was younger. You took away those years from me, and now I'm going to take away years from you. That's what I'm hearing.
That's what I'm hearing too.
I'm glad I'm not alone because I admit I'm
No
biased.
clue. You have no clue what I'm willing to do to get it back either. I will fight. This will never be a cold case. As long as I'm alive, this will never be a cold case. I'll never let it go cold. Only way it'll be cold is if I'm dead. And Katie, you don't want me to die. Because you know what happens then. But we need to start fighting this, not just in the passing out of the flyers.
So he just goes on and pretends like what he just said isn't fucked up as fuck.
Yeah. Like he didn't just stare in that camera with some threatening fucking looking words. So you tell me if Chris Proudfoot sat here and did the same fucking thing, these people wouldn't be like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
Right. If he stared into the camera and said, you don't want me to die because you know what happens then.
Right.
You don't know the lengths that I'm willing to go.
I mean, it is very fucking creepy. It's very unnerving. I agree.
You took that away from me. And so he said, this will never become a cold case as long as I'm alive and you don't want me to die because you know what happens then. Is the through line there? Well, then it will become a cold case.
Or is it a threat that if I die, Katie, you die too? I mean, I don't know. There's so many ways to take that. Because it's not like, all right, if I die, our son's disappearance dies with me. The answers die with me. Or if I die, you die too. I mean, there's many ways to take that. I take it right to a judge.
Till death do us part.
Right.
Because that's his mindset, right? We took a vow.
Mm-hmm.
We were the nuclear family and you ruined that. Now you have this thing that you call a husband.
That you decided is now your husband, but I'm your husband, bitch.
You decided is now your husband, right? I mean, to me, it's fucking creepy as fuck.
And go back to the title. It's been too long. It's been too long. What? Since you've touched her? It's been too long since you've
Right.
spoken to her. I mean, it's been. Oh, thank you, MJ. It's yeah.
I think that was what was in his mind was it's been too long since he's been able to talk to her.
Guess what he focused on majority of this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the like the driving feeling behind this.
Mm-hmm. The whole like motive behind this entire stream is Katie, you're supposed to love me.
Yep.
We had a baby together. I stayed by your side for over 9 months and Chris wasn't there. I was. Did you forget everything I've done for you? Love me. Ooh.
And then I'm looking for the period of time where he just sat there and let the chat for like a long, uncomfortable period of time.
Well, he comes across like a drunk man at the bar. I mean, part of his sad. I can understand the sadness he's feeling. I'd be lying if I said I didn't. But then he always, the underlying tone is usually anger, and his anger towards Katie and Chris.
Yep.
Oh my.
But, even though he is directing most of his anger at Chris, I hear in his mind that it's Katie's fault.
Right.
Right? Because she let this happen, because she, left him. She didn't fulfill her wifely duties and staying with him no matter what. No matter how horrible he was to her. Right?
Well, and so you're saying, I think he meant if he dies, they get away with red drum. That doesn't make sense because in that case, Katie would want him to die. You know what I mean? It'd be
exactly.
It'd be different. It'd be like, you want me to die, Katie, because if I die, what happens. But instead, he's saying you don't want me to die because if I die, it's he says it differently. So I don't think that's what it is. It's an eerie. Here's how I'll say it. For those of you who don't like Chris Proudfoot, imagine he said it towards Seth. For those of you who don't care for either of them, imagine it was said to you in that format. How would it make you feel? Because he wanted to hurt his ex-wife. Yeah, they do that. You hear of that a lot, man. Sadly, that is true. A lot of times men will kill the children, the heart. That just like the what is it? Chris Doberman or whatever. He shot his 3 boys in front of the mother and didn't kill her. He said, he wanted her to suffer. Yeah, I get that. I get that. I do get that Chris said that. I think there's some context behind it, but with Seth, I can never find context to justify what he says. But again, I'm biased. I can admit it. So,
yeah. Chat, is there anything else I should look for that I missed in this? Because pretty much the rest of his rant is mostly about getting the sheriff out of office.
Can we go back to the it's been too long?
Yeah.
Breakdown. That was a little interesting.
Yeah, let me
because in a way, I mean, he already had his pitchforks lit and after all of us, and now he's lighting pitchforks to go after the sheriff. Where again, I thought they ditched others for saying that the police weren't doing enough, and now they're saying Chad Dorman. Thank you. I couldn't remember the name. Thank you. That was a horrific case.
Okay, one moment.
Yeah, that stare from him. Oof.
Okay.
You found it. Okay, let's hear this again.
Hitting play, stepping away from look at that face. Yikes. Stepping away for a moment.
Okay.
That's all fine. Take my son's name out of it, though. Have a little respect for a missing child.
Is that towards Brittany?
My son's name is not in this title. It's just been too long. True crime people putting my son's name in the titles of their videos.
Yep.
And they're making fun of other YouTubers.
Yeah, that's your girl, Brittany.
If you want to do that's all fine. Take my son's name out of it, though.
You heard him.
Have
Brittany.
a little respect for a missing child.
That I know that's right. You should have all had a little
My
respect
son's
for that
name is
missing
not in
child.
this title. It's just been too long. Because there's a lot of stuff that's just been too long. Because there's a lot of stuff that's just been too long. You know, there's just a lot of stuff that's just been too long.
You
There's
can't help but
been too long. Been too long. Let's go with been too long. How about it's been too long since I've seen my son? It's been too long since I've been able to talk to my ex-wife about my son.
I'm back.
Okay.
How about it took 9 months,
This is so weird.
Katie,
Stop him. He's so
for
fucking weird.
you carrying our son, all right, 9 months, over 9 months, because Sebastian was late.
Notice how he has to keep correcting himself from mine to our, my hour.
Yeah, it's like he listened to the criticism that we've all put out there, which is like, yeah, the possession you had, right? My. But
Mine.
yeah, it's been too long. It's been too. I mean, yeah, that was some glitching going on. It is anger. He has anger, but he does have a point. I think it's a fair point. Have some respect for that child's name. Leave it out of your fucking title if you're going to spend majority of the time doing drama. That is true. And it's something none of them have respected, including he himself. His closest friends do that the most. Betty's putting up avatars with blood on it about his missing child.
Yeah.
I mean, none of them have respect. And he's like, his name's not in my title. It's been too long. It's been too long. How about that? It's been too long. I mean, it's fucking weird. Yeah, it's been too long since you've searched for your son. Mm-hmm.
She didn't change the title. Brittany.
Oh, she did?
She did not.
She did not. Of course she didn't. She don't give a fuck about this guy. She don't give a fuck about Sebastian. And nobody can convince me she does, because just saying, put out the video where when Brittany spoke about C&Ds, her panel guest said it takes away the awareness on the missing child because nobody's going to speak his name. And Brittany agreed. Yet Brittany went and signed a declaration using this child's name to get into Pennsylvania to sue me. And she knew that it would impact that child's awareness, but she didn't give a fuck.
Yep.
Yeah, this is it was very interesting. I think we can get Seth out of here though. Bye, Seth.
Bye, Seth.
Creepy. Oh shit, I kicked Lynn. Lynn, come back. I tried to kick him out of the back area. I didn't mean to kick you. It was free. Lynn. Sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to kick you. Oh, Lordy. I was trying to kick the share screen from the back and it just kicked you too. I'm so sorry. Don't go to the light, Lynn. Come back. Come back. That's all she saw and that's all she cared about. And that's why I say, and I'll say it again, Brittany will harm anybody, including herself, to try to take down others. And it's sad. And we've witnessed it and we've seen it. I'm so sorry.
You trying to give me a hint?
I did not mean to do that. I was trying to get rid of your share screen. I'm like, oh shit, I think you got rid of it at the same time, so it kicked you.
No, I didn't hit any buttons. The first button you clicked was the one that got rid of the
I apologize. It was still in the back and I was like, boom. But yeah, I mean, a lot of these people put their own selfish, desires in front of others. That's why karma comes around.
Yep. So I don't know if you agree, but that was fucking creepy as hell to me.
That was weird.
And you're right. I wasn't looking closely last night at whether he was on something, but I do think he might have been drinking or something.
Yeah. It seemed, and listen, I'll be honest. If he's on some type of anxiety or something, I don't judge that. I couldn't even imagine being in his position. I think I need some type of substance. But it's a shame he didn't have somebody near him to say, go away, stop this, end this stream.
Yeah. I've said this all along. If I were all three of them, I would be out of my mind. I don't know if I could go online and talk, without losing it. Seriously. It's just the way that he keeps losing it. It's always like just vicious, sheer hatred and anger toward two people.
Dude, he looked up and it was just his eyes in the camera, and he's like, "You." I'm like, "Oh gosh, yeah."
Well, there was one point in time where he just stared at the camera for quite some time.
Just stared.
Just stared for an uncomfortable period of time. And then there was another uncomfortable period of time where he just let the chat talk, and he looked around. It's like he was waiting for the chat to give him another thing to talk about.
Oh yeah.
Another hateful thing to say.
Mm-hmm. See if they're like buying what he's selling, type of thing. Remind me of something to say, guys. Right.
Yeah, bouncing off of the chat.
Right.
And of course they were giving it to. I mean, I didn't see anybody in there challenging him that much.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure that he would have blocked anybody, or they would have had those people blocked anyway. But
they blocked. Yeah, they blocked Seth blocked tons of people that didn't even realize they were blocked. They had no reason to be blocked.
Yeah.
No, I think he's still very much involved. Never say never. I think it's just for perception right now.
Right.
Yeah.
I think Tony's trying to play a off the radar game until his litigation's over.
Exactly. Which is, a shame that Seth is up there looking as lonely and pitiful. Where's all the green team? Where's, I heard Justin was live at the same time. Where was Betty? Where was Josh? Last Christmas they did an award ceremony for each other. They went up and pat each other's backs,
Yeah, Justin was live about like something really random.
Really?
He didn't have that many people in chat either. Yeah, let me look it up. It was really random.
They were deleting those comments. BJ last night, all the men said she pushed angry rants at Katie. I thought she never spoke bad about Katie. She never accused Katie of anything. She never had a bad word to say about Katie. Surely you're mistaken. Betty and BJ were mods last night. One was probably sleeping. One was probably speeding.
This is so okay. I'm on Clutch Them Pearls.
Jack and Lily, he was live about.
Oh, that's weird. Okay, so when I saw him live yesterday, it was about Marilyn Monroe's final hours.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And then I guess when he was live at the same time, it was about Jack and Lily. And he has 2 lives set up for today about Jacqueline Torres Garcia, and one about Sebastian today.
Oh, that's so sweet of you, Justin, to finally remember the child's name that you built a quote unquote army around.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, like I told Seth, I told him the day will come when, unfortunately, your son's name's no longer a trending topic because of you. And you will be just another chatter in a chat box. And you'll be lucky if anybody at all even acknowledges your existence within their chat, because you're just another person. I agree, SoCal, and I can have a little empathy, but he chose to Seth Rogers was surrounded by some genuinely good, caring people who genuinely wanted to find Sebastian Rogers. And he pushed every single one of them away in a threatening manner to surround himself by a bunch of greedy fraudsters looking to make a quick buck.
Yep.
Hey,
a trend following pop-up intelligence agency that operates only on X.
Yep, that is now busy trying to get themselves into other trending cases, and have never yet stepped foot in Tennessee to search for your missing child, Seth, have they? They didn't even care. They didn't even care to come when you called for a protest. Not one of them stood by your side outside that protest.
Yep. Imagine what kind of crowd you could have pulled if Dog the Bounty Hunter joined you for your protest.
Oh, the awareness you would have gotten would have been great. Imagine what kind of crowd he could have pulled if he didn't send CDs to every person that was physically in Tennessee.
Right.
At one point searching for his son. Go back to the beginning when they had the bridge ceremony. It was beautiful. Hundreds of people showed up. And then he got associated with a spokesman, and their get-togethers, their visuals got smaller and smaller.
Wasn't there, remember when they had the vigil where he did the Samael prayer? Right before that, wasn't there some sort of notice sent to Chris and Katie about not coming?
Oh no, they didn't invite them, but they held empty chairs there for them, is my understanding.
Okay.
But you know, who the fuck calls visuals about a missing child a private event anyway, but then even advertises it to the public? They've always pulled weird games when it came to that.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Snowflakes has it. There were
they would have to apologize.
They would have to apologize if they wanted to come. They'd have to apologize to Betty, because remember there were
the active ROs.
Yes.
Yes. So basically, they would have to drop the ROs against Betty to come be there for their own son. Well, thank goodness they didn't go, because look at every person that was there when Samuel was summoned, and look at where they're all at today.
Yeah. I was thinking about doing that. Like, you know, let's
Where
see.
are they now?
At this point, yeah, where are they now after Samael was summoned at this church ceremony where the people at the church were clearly very uncomfortable by this summoning of Samael.
Mm-hmm.
Were
there mods in his chat? Are they his regulars? He doesn't go live regularly. He doesn't even utilize his channel to bring awareness to his son. So who knows if they're his regulars. I agree, you should do it.
There were mods in his chat. The E's were a mod, and Bullhorn Betty was a mod. And Hindsight, you know, it was mainly Bullhorn Betty's mods were his mods.
Right.
And Bullhorn Betty.
Yep. The people that probably have not even reached out to Seth to ask him how he's doing. They praised the sheriff. They gave the sheriff company an award at that thing.
Yes, they did.
That's
that was like, you know, so basically they are doing the old, you know, carrot versus the stick approach. So that was the carrot. Let's give them a nice little award and see if they respond to this carrot. And now they're pulling out the stick.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they received a text message. That is crazy. And then they left the 2 chairs there empty, as if like, oh, look, they just didn't show up.
Right. And I'm sure that if they did show up, they would have called the cops and said, oh, look, they showed up to menace, you know, us.
Right. And look, Betty's here, so they're not afraid.
Right. It was a no-win situation for them.
That is insane. How gross are these people? Just like every visual they've had, the speech always turns to drama filled. Yet he's sitting there saying, you know, don't use my son's name with drama. Well, let's go back to the speeches you've had and how many of them reference drama. The haters. I can't believe it would amaze me. I'd love to know if Seth Rogers has realized yet that these people turned you dark. It's not that others were the dark side, it's that these people fed off of your hatred. They amplified it for their own clicks and views, for their own money-making reasoning, and then they dropped you on your ass to handle all that anger they hyped you up about and sit there on your own holding it. Have you realized it yet, Seth? I bet you he hasn't.
When was that vigil? Was was it around the year mark of Sebastian's? Was that when that was?
That's a good question. I don't really remember.
Or was it his birthday? I think it was.
I don't remember.
I think it was the year mark.
He has changed his story, that dude. He certainly has. What he should have changed was his associates. Because look at you now. Summer, he was in shorts, I think. Oh.
I'll look it up. It's easy. It's easy enough to figure out. I was just wondering if y'all knew off the top of your head.
Some are saying I think May, but could be wrong. Hey, Chico. It was right near the PA ruling. But some are now saying December, so who knows? But I think summer after a year mark, Deborah says.
It was in Pretty in Pink says it was in December.
Yeah, I know.
Come
The chat's all over the place on where they think it was.
on, chat. Get it together. I'm just kidding, you guys.
Oh, that's right. Betty got the fucking tattoo of Sebastian, and then Seth supposedly made that weird statement where he said, "Oh, Sebastian got all the bitches."
That's right. And then they had to come out and At Night came out and clarified that that's not what it was said.
Mm. Yeah, walk it back, Betty, you big mouth. 1.3, Gary, that is awesome. Thank you guys for hitting the thumbs up.
So she's the one that said that Seth said that, and then they came out and said Seth didn't say that. So
yeah.
So they made her a liar.
Totally made Betty a liar. Which is nothing new. I mean, she made a complete ass out of Seth anyway, so.
Come on, do you really doubt Seth said that?
No, I believe he said it 100%. The way Betty repeated that, and based off the other stuff we've heard him say, 100% believe he said it.
Hell yeah, he said that.
And she thought it was funny, so she repeated it. Like, yeah, even Seth was like, Sebastian got more bitches than I do.
I wouldn't be surprised if every night or every morning when he came home, he asked Sebastian how many bitches he met online that night.
Yeah, did you get any bitches?
Yeah.
Bonnie, thank you for trying. I know, Sammy. I get it.
Because, let's think of it from Seth's warped perspective, right? He's got this child who's, growing into his adulthood. He's turning, 13, 14, 15. He's on the spectrum. He wants him to be quote unquote normal, right?
Yep.
So
his buddy Betty.
He would be pushing him into those situations. Even he would be pushing him into those situations no matter what.
Right.
But he's going to do it even more to prove that his kid is quote unquote normal.
Yep.
Right.
Well, and then you add in the fact that he tried to get him to get that waiter's phone number.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I know, Kristen, has been a long one.
At the
it was March 1st, by the way, was the visual, the Samuel.
That makes sense. Yeah.
And then top it off, so Seth Rogers, who barely got any attention in the world, admittedly hadn't had another girlfriend since Katie, suddenly is thwarped into all this attention and surrounded by what he called himself housewives, a bunch of bored housewives.
Yep. And he gets honeypotted into giving information over that he shouldn't.
Mm-hmm. That's what he claimed.
Yeah.
And then I showed a few examples of him being highly inappropriate at these events meant for his missing child, where he wanted to be all flirty and nasty. And some of the women came out and admitted that he made them extremely uncomfortable with his remarks.
Yep.
So he was using it, know.
I think Cluminati has a pretty high tolerance for discomfort, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she also has a high sensitivity level for creeps as well. Like, you know what I'm saying? At the same time, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I get it.
And so I trust her radar on that level more than others because of what she's been through with her daughter.
Yeah. Well, and not only that, but she's not the only one that said it.
Right. Exactly.
It's not like it was just Clue that said it. No, it was several women came forward and said it. And then we heard some of the inappropriate comments.
Yeah. Yeah. When you put it all together, it makes complete sense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you never see him not trying to size up a woman for what he can get out of her.
Oh, gross. Even at an event meant to bring awareness about his missing child, he finds it within himself to make highly inappropriate comments, so much so that the woman had to tell him, Seth, be appropriate.
Yeah.
Ew. Thank you, Robin. I appreciate that. Yes, it's a What an interesting live stream to come out with. I don't think he did himself any favors with this one. Of course, he's going to say because we're hate channels, we see it the way we see it. But again, replace the person, keep the words, and tell me how you would feel.
Yeah, I mean, strictly from a PR perspective, because, that's my real expertise.
Mm-hmm.
That was bad. I mean, where's your PR guy, Seth?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not the kind of thing you want on your record. On the public record is you sitting there saying, you did this, you people. I can't get next to my, to my woman, babe. 10 years later, you're calling this your ex-wife babe, saying that the man that she chooses to call her husband is a thing, and that you will go to any lengths. You have no clue what lengths he will go to find his child or whatever. I mean, you're not doing yourself any PR favors, sir.
Mm-mm. Especially the looks in his eyes and all, and the way he's just, not just the words, but the way he spoke them. Yeah, it was very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Yep. And so his live was it was bad, Chico. It was bad.
It was gross.
Yeah, you think he would have learned by now, but nope, he didn't learn. And then that whole little spiel. At one point, Chico, he says, everybody should be angry that our kids are being kidnapped and being trafficked and all of that. Because he said, because who's going to take care of us? There's not going to be a generation to take care of us.
I feel like every time he's been live, he's made threats every single time.
Oh, I agree. But that latest one was very just to look into the camera the way he did, that was ugh.
Yeah.
He needs therapy. And it's not okay to admit that. I don't know why he had to take that as like a personal slight. But he does. I mean, it's clear he needs therapy. And a good friend would be telling him that.
And you're right, Lindsay Hendricks. We can't overlook the date that he went missing and the fact that At Night and him have gone to such lengths to try to change the date.
Yeah. Yep.
Why is that so important to them?
Right. It's such a small key point, but they want so badly to have it changed. Yeah. Right, especially when your child's missing. But when you're calling your ex-wife from over 10 years ago, babe, yeah, you should have gotten it a long time ago.
Man, if I called my ex-husband babe or whatever, our cutesy word, what I wouldn't blame his current wife for like wanting to slap some RO on me or something. That's fucking creepy.
Well, even talking to her through his platform's fucking weird. She don't want anything to do with you.
Yeah.
And he's like, I was there for over 9 months while you carried our baby. He didn't even court you. The whole thing just reeked of like, I'm still heartbroken over you. And it makes it more and more like it was revengeful. That Sebastian is, part of the revenge that he made very adamant clear that he'll go to any length to get.
Yeah, he keeps speaking his motive.
And that's probably why he doesn't like law enforcement, because law enforcement's probably looking at him.
Yeah.
I just hope we get answers, man. I couldn't imagine for all three of them, rather right now we don't know if they know anything, but I could not imagine entering another birthday, another holiday, another year, another Christmas, any of that without answers. And I pray for everybody, especially them, that answers are given soon.
Same here.
It's really a sad thought to think this has gone on so long.
Yeah.
Exactly, Ellie. This is what we see publicly. Imagine what a nightmare he was in private.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, he's always shown a high importance to dates. Like he can remember off the top of his, on this date, this took place on this, so the idea that like he didn't realize the disappearance date, that's just Bullshit.
Everything is symbolic to him.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is symbolic, numbers and signs and all of that shit. I mean, the Samael thing tells you that. And so when I distinctly remember when Betty says something asks him on her panel about the date, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't remember. I have no idea. I don't know."
Right. But I remember every other detail and everything
Yeah.
else in between.
Yeah. I remember every single detail of my courtship and marriage and breakup with Katie, but not the date. Not the date. No.
Right.
Even I remember the date that my ex and I divorced.
Right.
Even I remember that, and we didn't have anything like this. You know.
He did say he knows where all the cameras are in the Proudfoot area. He sure did. We don't know. I mean, he takes the answers with him. He takes Katie with him. I don't know. I leave that up for interpretation, but I don't. The way it was said was very eerie, very bizarre.
Yeah.
Well, Lynn, it's about my time. Thank you so much for coming up. Are you going to be putting together a video?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah. See, part of me is like, I don't even want to give this guy the attention he's seeking because, again, he makes it about himself. Let's remind you all the amount of time Seth mentioned himself. Seth referenced himself 342 times in that live stream. He referenced Sebastian 48.
Yeah.
That sums him up. And that comment about who's going to take care of us. We should be mad our kids are being kidnapped and trafficked because who's going to take care of us? Oh, gosh.
It might be interesting. I might look into it, but at the same time, I'm a little bit tired of the topic, to be honest with you.
I feel the same way, Lynn.
Yeah. It's not gonna. I don't think it'll help. I don't think it won't help find Sebastian. It'll just keep proving that Seth is an asshole, to be honest. You know what I mean? And I think we already know that.
Yeah, now what's going to happen is that one stream is going to be used. And again, the similar way to we did today, which, guilty, but not to bring awareness to Sebastian, but to bring awareness to how creepy Seth is.
Yeah.
And or your friends will use it to berate Katie and Chris some more. But again, it still won't be awareness around Sebastian because of the way you decide to go about it.
Right. I mean, let's just face it. What that just showed was that Seth is a creep.
Exactly. And we didn't learn anything new about Sebastian. We didn't get any like, hey, this is what I've been doing since you guys last spoken to me. There was zero professionalism, zero and it wasn't even any like I don't even know how I would say it. It basically was all woe is me again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If I really thought it would help Sebastian or even the case, the current legal cases, I might, but I just think it's more of the same. You know what I mean?
Exactly. T. Davis, you're an idiot. So first off, I didn't come online to grift about my daughter overdosing. My daughter was drugged. Okay, she was given a date rape drug. So don't say it that way. You weren't there to say she was given it. I don't need to say she was given it. The hospital declares she was given it, and I'm not with her. Being online is more important. She's fucking sleeping. She's actually well older than you're making her sound to be. So get the fuck out of here. I heard he was drunk last night. Is that true? He sounded slurred, but I don't know.
It seemed like it. Or he was on
like
some sort of depressant, something.
I could see it being a depressant. I would understand that.
Yeah.
I was supposed to be on campus when it took place. Fucking idiot.
Yeah, well, I definitely hope that she's able to sleep it off and, get back to school and be safe. And I'm really sorry that happened to her. And I'm really sorry this fucking happens to kids these days.
Yeah, that's the scary part about it is that even when you think you know everybody, you warn your children and watch out for things like this, it can happen. And unfortunately, it's not something that the hospital quickly recognizes. It was a roller coaster of what could it be. before we finally got the answer as to what it was. It was scary.
So fucking frustrating. So scary.
Mhm.
Gary. Don't tempt me, Gary.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Erwin. I appreciate that. I didn't even know it was common jinx. I had no idea. It was just it was a terrifying thing. It's a scary event to go through, and yeah, she just needs some rest. And
you know what I think, Jenks? I think it was common, but we just didn't know about it as much before.
really,
Yes, I do. Because I keep hearing more and more stories about, people in Hollywood have been doing this for years and years and years. And
yes.
we just didn't know about it.
T. Davis is somebody's odd account. That's who they are.
Yeah, for sure.
Because of what they said following that up, it was very obvious.
Yeah.
But it's all right. They can switch it however they want and make it whatever you want. Purposely had it on a members only thing to not make it so public, but everybody, including people who aren't members, knew about it. So when the whole chat's given their, questions about it, I'm going to tell them, but certainly was not a grift because, well, as you can see, it's not like I put up a thing and said, "Oh, help my daughter get everything she needs to heal from this," or blah blah blah. Nothing came of it. There's nothing to have of it besides awareness, so that people know that is happening and that your child, although may feel they're safe somewhere, they're not. And the only thing that stopped it from being worse, thank God, is one, they were able to revive her because her friends called in time, and two, that her friend realized in time that she wasn't near her.
Yeah, one thing that was really heartening for me is when my kids went to college, the colleges are really starting to train kids on dealing with these situations because they're so common.
They actually apparently had like a seminar with them where they
Yeah.
told them if you have to call due to drinking or anything, the police do not get involved. So basically, not discouraging them from contacting the police if something like this takes place.
Yes.
Like you won't get in legal trouble. So don't try to hide it, which thank God her friends didn't care about getting in trouble. They cared more about her safety.
And the buddy system is very important.
Yeah.
That always be with a buddy and don't leave your friends and stuff like that. Yeah.
Exactly.
So
Exactly,
anyway,
Tessa. They just turn it however they want. I don't give a fuck.
I'll jump down so you can end. And thank you very much for having me up.
Thank you, Lynn. I appreciate you so much.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, I sincerely appreciate everybody who reached out, who sent prayers, who showed concern and meant the world to us. And it's called Alcohol EDU at my university. Is class all first years have to take. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that they knew that. Exactly, my dog snack dealer. That's what my fear was. I'm like, how do we know that, like, I mean, we just went through all of this. It was a very eye-opening event for me and for her. And it's gonna take her a few days to I mean, yesterday I was so exhausted. I can only imagine how she feels. You have to recoup yourself, you have to my daughter took a year off before college 6 years ago. I knew they would do that. Pristine. People do it with everything. I don't expect any I knew there would be negative comments about it and whatever. I was honestly terrified. I don't care. Say whatever negative thing you want. Make it however you want to make it. The fact of the matter is it is something that happens and it happens all the time, apparently. It doesn't matter how safe you think you're being. It doesn't matter how much you think you've warned your children. They're going to do what kids do and they're going to do what they do. And all you can do is be there if that call comes and just pray that they're able to find answers. Yeah, sweetie. She was very lucky to have her friend. And I said to the friend, I said, you guys are likely to get in trouble with school now. And her friend was like, I don't care if I get a write up. I just give a F if she's okay and blah, blah, blah. Right. If you say, right, just like they said earlier, I raised thousands for intuition, which is a bullshit. It's never fucking happened. They twist everything. I don't care. Anybody who's going to twist something so sick as a mother's fear, not knowing what happened to her child, shame on you. But to be expected in the sector we're in, right? I expect nothing less. Everything seems to go now. Everything seems to be okay. But if you want, I can go ahead and show you all the follow-up email I'll have with the school to Disprove all you fucking idiots that think anybody would even fabricate something like that. And no doubt they'll change it into, oh yeah, she overdosed herself on drugs. Fuck you. My daughter could have been a statistic. She could have been a teen mom herself. She could have been an addict herself. She could have been many things. Instead, she's a very hard working, inspiring college student who wants to do better in the world. I'm proud of where she's at, especially in the circumstances she was given. Yeah, anyone say anything about your legal fund or total jokes? You barely actually mention it. Yeah. Just like Brittany thinks it's going to cost her 180 for the declaratory. Okay. I thought on two different lives, CP and SR both had said if they had the money, they would go get Sebastian. I don't remember Chris saying it, but I do remember Seth saying that. One said it on live, then another live the other. One said it. I am positive they have both. I would have to look back and see. I got drugged in Hollywood one night. I knew right away. Got in my car, drove straight home to Santa Monica. I was so sick for hours. My God, I'm so sorry, Sarah B. They are fucking idiots. Yeah, I'll never let her know that people are blaming her, Jenks, because I keep telling her it's not her fault. Because it's not. If you had the money spent. Oh, I remember what Chris said. Chris said something about if they had millions. I remember what he said. Seth said something like if he had millions of dollars or thousands of dollars, we would have answers or something like that. I remember something sort of like that. Thank you, Momo. People being unknowingly drugged happens more than people realize. It's not their fault. Yeah, these people are just sick. I don't care. If they don't like me, they're going to say whatever they're going to say, and I expect nothing less. I don't ever expect anybody who dislikes me to have any sort of compassion, and that's okay. I'll tell you what, though, if it was one of theirs, I'd be one of the first to give compassion. But that's because we're different folks. Your children are strong. Thank you. I never heard CP say that. I remember something. It was in reference to the large search that Tennessee had for them. People took it to interpret something different. Thank you, and my fifis. Thank you, Nicole. It's just aggravating for somebody to say you grift off of it. Do you know how many people message me in private? Oh, do you want me to DoorDash you? Do you need a couple dollars to grab dinner? Da 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 da. And all of them can come back out here and tell you I told them no. So don't say I used it to grift. That's sick. It was something like that, right, Jen? I don't have millions of dollars or he would be home. Something weird like that. I do remember that. Nobody's going to do for yours better than you would. Stay focused on what is important, big picture. Thank you, Pika. I guess I should be snuggling her in bed right now as she sleeps. Fucking idiots. Desperate measure, try and mar your reputation. Yes, all right. You can get scrunchies with drink covers hidden in them? Really? People are saying there's nail polish, there's everything. I did not know that. I don't owe them anything, no. Matter of fact, again, I put it on members only. I forgot how the internet works, and I'm not angry about it. I appreciate everybody who took it elsewhere, said prayers and all that. I'm not angry about it, but it wasn't something I've rushed into the internet to they call everything a grift nowadays, man. I genuinely wanted I was genuinely terrified. It was the middle of the night. I was by myself. I was terrified. We didn't know what was wrong with her. Rachel, thank you for becoming a YouTube member. I really appreciate you. The nail polish, apparently, if you dip your finger in a drink and there's something in it, it will change color. I know, Chico. Thank you, Chanley. I know, Shaggy. I even said, like, it's really making me reconsider my religious perspective. Whoopsie Daisy, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Good lesson for daughter's friend. I went to a school party and always looked after my girls. Sure, we got a couple of write-ups, which have zero effect on our lives now. We go to each other's weddings. I love that. She was lucky to have her friend there. Thank you, girl next door. I appreciate that. I'll take a look. Yeah. You get the call that you're thinking your child just has alcohol poisoning, and then they find out it's not alcohol poisoning, and now we don't know what it is, and she's not responsive. And yeah, it was fucking terrifying. She's lucky to be alive, and I thank God. that she is. And I appreciate all of you that showed even a little bit of concern. People I don't even speak with that don't even like me reached out. It means a lot. Now I'm going to get emotional again, so I'm out. But I appreciate all of you. I'll see you all tomorrow.